Tonight, we begin the fascinating journey through the history of currency, a story that spans thousands of years and reveals how humanity's need to trade, trust, and transact shaped the world we live in today. It is a tale of invention, evolution, and the quiet power behind every coin, shell, note, and digital swipe. Before we dive in, take a second to support the channel by liking the video and subscribing. I'd also love to hear where in the world you're watching from and what time it is as you tune in. Long before the first coin was minted or paper currency was printed, human beings found ways to exchange value through what we now call barter. In its most basic form, barter is the direct exchange of goods and services without a standardized medium like money. This system of trade dates back tens of thousands of years and likely predates recorded history itself. In the earliest human societies, individuals lived in small nomadic groups. They hunted, gathered, and shared resources in ways that were based more on cooperation and reciprocity than formal trade. But as humans began to form settled communities and agriculture took root, specialization emerged. One person might be especially skilled at making tools, while another focused on farming or weaving. This division of labor created the need for an exchange system that could allow people to trade their surplus for what they lacked. Thus, barter became the first widespread method of economic interaction. In Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, barter played a central role in daily life. Clay tablets from ancient Sumer, dating as far back as 3000 BCE, record transactions where barley was exchanged for labor, cattle for tools, and cloth for wine. These exchanges were not casual or unstructured. They followed established norms and often involved intricate agreements. For example, temple economies in Sumer used priests to oversee and standardize exchanges, sometimes with the help of early written records. In Egypt, grain was used as a common medium in barter transactions. Workers were even paid in bread and beer. The economy of ancient Egypt thrived on this kind of exchange, and records carved into stone or written on papyrus show an advanced understanding of value comparison even in the absence of coined money. In tribal societies across Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Oceania, barter took many forms. Native American tribes exchanged furs, maize, and other goods over vast distances. In Africa, trade routes crossed deserts and jungles, moving salt, gold, ivory, and cloth from one region to another. In Papua New Guinea, the Kula ring allowed islanders to exchange ceremonial shell jewelry in a complex social network that reinforced alliances and social status. Barter was not just an economic activity, it was deeply embedded in culture, social relationships, and even religious practices. However, barter had significant limitations. The most obvious was the double coincidence of wants. For a barter transaction to occur, both parties had to want what the other had to offer. If a farmer had wheat and needed shoes, but the shoemaker didn't want wheat, the trade would not happen. This limitation meant that many trades failed before they could begin. It also led to inefficient allocation of resources and made it difficult to store or transfer wealth. Some items like livestock or tools were not easily divisible. You couldn't trade half a cow without losing value or practicality. Perishability was another issue. Goods like food spoiled, which meant they could not serve as long-term stores of value. These limitations spurred innovation. Societies began to search for items that could serve as universal mediums of exchange. These items needed to be durable, portable, divisible, and widely accepted. In many cultures, objects like salt, beads, shells, and metal tools began to take on this role. These proto-currencies didn't yet have official government backing, but they represented a significant shift. People began to agree on symbolic representations of value, paving the way for the invention of money. Barter systems also influenced early legal codes. In the Code of Hammurabi, dating to around 1754 BCE in Babylon, specific laws governed trade and payment. These laws included set prices for certain goods and services, showing that even in a barter system, societies sought fairness and consistency. This move towards standardization reflects an early recognition of the need for common values in trade. As cities expanded and trade routes connected distant regions, the inefficiencies of barter became even more obvious. Long-distance merchants needed a way to conduct transactions that didn't rely on the personal desires of each trading partner. This problem became especially pressing in empires like Rome, Persia, and China, where trade stretched across thousands of miles. The logistical challenge of finding mutual wants in every exchange encouraged the creation of more efficient systems. In conclusion, barter was an essential stepping stone in the development of complex economies. It allowed early humans to move beyond mere subsistence and begin exchanging labor and goods in a structured way. But its flaws were clear. The double coincidence of wants, the difficulty of storing and transporting value, and the inefficiency of indirect exchange meant that barter was not sustainable as societies grew. These pressures eventually gave rise to the earliest forms of currency, marking the beginning of a new era in human economic history. The next major development would be the adoption of specific commodities as money, chosen for their practicality and perceived value, which would lay the foundation for standardized currencies and coinage. Before coins and paper money, early civilizations experimented with a wide variety of objects to facilitate trade, creating what historians now refer to as proto-currencies. These were items that held agreed-upon value within communities and allowed people to bypass the limitations of the barter system. The key characteristics of these early forms of money were universality, durability, divisibility, and transportability. While none of these proto-currencies were official in the modern sense, they served the critical function of being trusted and accepted mediums of exchange. One of the most widespread and enduring examples of proto-currency was the cowrie shell. Found primarily in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, cowrie shells are smooth, shiny, and naturally uniform in shape. These attributes made them ideal for use as money. Archaeological evidence suggests that cowries were used as currency as early as 1200 BCE in China, where they were sometimes even cast in bronze to mimic their natural form. In parts of Africa, especially in regions of West Africa, cowries remained in use well into the 19th century. The Mali Empire, for example, used cowries extensively in its markets. They were often strung together in units for larger transactions. Because they were difficult to counterfeit and required maritime trade to acquire in inland regions, they retained value over centuries. In the Sahara and parts of North Africa, salt served as a crucial medium of exchange. Salt was essential not only for seasoning and preserving food, but also for human health, especially in hot, arid climates. Entire trade routes, such as the famous Trans-Saharan Trade Network, were built on the movement of salt. In some Saharan communities, large blocks of salt were carved and transported across the desert, sometimes exchanged ounce for ounce with gold. These salt blocks were so valuable that they were used to pay taxes and wages, and their role as currency underlines how practical necessity often determined what societies accepted as money. Livestock also played a central role in early economies. In many ancient cultures, animals were not only sources of food, labor, and clothing materials, but also units of wealth and mediums of exchange. In Homeric Greece, cattle were used to denote value. The term pecuniary, relating to money, comes from the Latin word pecus, meaning cattle. Cattle served as a store of wealth, a symbol of social status, and a tradable good. In societies from the Middle East to sub-Saharan Africa, livestock was used in bride prices, legal settlements, and political diplomacy. The main drawback was their lack of divisibility and portability. You could not easily carry multiple cattle across long distances, nor could you divide them into smaller denominations without destroying their value. Other cultures turned to metal objects long before the first coins. These included metal rings, knives, spades, and bars, often made from copper, bronze, or iron. In ancient China, metal tools and weapons were sometimes miniaturized and cast in bronze for use as currency. These objects had intrinsic value due to their metal content, but also symbolic value because of their shapes and traditional uses. In parts of Africa, copper bracelets and wire coils served as money. These metal forms were durable, easily stored, and often melted down or reshaped when needed, making them flexible instruments of trade. In the Philippines and parts of Southeast Asia, small gold pieces called paloncitos were used as early as the 9th century CE. Shaped like small pellets or beads, these proto-coins were measured by weight and used in trade with neighboring regions. Though technically not coins in the minted sense, they displayed the evolution toward more uniform and quantifiable currency systems. In India, even cow dung and tea bricks were used as mediums of trade in certain regions during specific periods, showing the wide variety of materials humans have tried in the quest to represent value. In the Americas, indigenous societies also used proto-currencies. The Aztecs famously used cacao beans as money, which could be spent in markets or saved as a store of value. These beans were lightweight, divisible, and widely valued for making chocolate, which was consumed primarily by the elite. In North America, Native American tribes used wampum, strings of beads made from shells, for ceremonial and trade purposes. Wampum served both as currency and as a way to record agreements or treaties, blurring the line between economic and cultural value. Each of these early forms of money reflected the environmental resources, social structures, and cultural values of the communities that used them. The choice of what became currency was not arbitrary. It was based on practicality, availability, and mutual trust. Whether it was shells from the ocean, livestock from the plains, or salt from the desert, these items laid the foundation for the development of more formal and standardized monetary systems. They allowed trade to expand beyond the immediate needs of barter and helped societies develop more complex economic relationships. These proto-currencies were the precursors to coinage, which would soon provide even greater efficiency and trust in economic transactions. The next step in this evolution would come with the invention of standardized coins, objects whose value was certified by rulers or governments, and which could be used across vast distances and in growing marketplaces. The invention of coinage marked a turning point in the history of currency, enabling standardized trade, efficient taxation, and the consolidation of state power. The earliest known official coins were produced in the ancient kingdom of Lydia, located in what is now western Turkey, around 600 BCE. These first coins were made from electrum, a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver, and were stamped with simple designs to indicate authenticity and value. King Elaetes of Lydia is often credited with issuing these first coins, but it was his son, King Croesus, who introduced a refined system of separate gold and silver coins, helping to set the precedent for bimetallic monetary systems. The use of coinage quickly spread to neighboring Greek city-states, which began minting their own coins to facilitate trade and assert independence. Greek coins were made from silver, and bore intricate designs, including depictions of gods, animals, and symbols of the issuing polis. The owl of Athens, for example, became a widely recognized symbol and circulated well beyond the Greek world. Greek coinage was not only a practical tool, but also a form of cultural expression and political propaganda. Each city-state issued its own currency, which helped to solidify identity and foster economic competition among regions. Temples often played a role in minting coins, and religious imagery was used to lend authority to the currency. The standardization of coins revolutionized commerce. Unlike barter or proto-currencies, coins had clearly defined values and were accepted across broader regions. This allowed merchants to conduct business more efficiently and reduced disputes over the worth of goods and services. Coins could be easily transported, divided, and stored, making them ideal for both local markets and long-distance trade. The spread of Greek colonies across the Mediterranean helped to disseminate the use of coinage, and the Greek monetary model deeply influenced subsequent civilizations, including Rome. The Roman Republic and later the Roman Empire took the idea of coinage to new heights. Rome introduced a complex and far-reaching monetary system, starting with bronze coins such as the Is Rude and Is Signatum. As the Republic expanded, it adopted silver coinage, notably the denarius, around 211 BCE. The denarius became the backbone of Roman currency and remained in use for over 4 centuries. Roman coins were minted in various metals, including gold, silver, bronze, and copper, and they were meticulously standardized in weight and design. Emperors used coinage as a tool of propaganda, with portraits, slogans, and symbolic imagery, reinforcing their legitimacy and achievements. The face of the emperor on coins served as a constant reminder of imperial authority, especially in far-flung provinces. Roman mints were highly organized and operated under state control. Coins facilitated not only trade, but also the collection of taxes and payment of soldiers, enabling the maintenance and expansion of the empire. In fact, the ability to pay and supply a vast army was one of the driving forces behind the development of a stable and reliable currency. Roman coinage was widely accepted throughout the empire, from Britain to Egypt, creating a level of economic integration that was unprecedented at the time. Counterfeiting and debasement were challenges that emerged alongside coinage. As Rome faced economic pressures, especially during the later empire, emperors began to reduce the silver content in coins, leading to inflation and loss of public trust. This monetary decline reflected broader political and economic instability. Yet, even in its degraded form, Roman coinage laid the groundwork for future monetary systems in Europe and beyond. The legacy of Lydian Greek and Roman coinage is profound. The use of official state-backed metal coins allowed societies to move beyond barter and regional proto-currencies into a new era of economic sophistication. It enabled taxation, supported armies, and funded public works. It also helped establish a shared understanding of value, which was essential for the development of markets, banking, and international trade. Coins became not only instruments of economic utility, but also carriers of political and cultural identity. This chapter in the history of currency reveals how something as simple as a stamped metal disc could reshape entire civilizations. As coins became more common and trusted, they paved the way for even more abstract forms of money. The next major leap would come with the development of paper currency, first in China and later in the Islamic world and medieval Europe, further transforming the way societies handled trade, debt, and economic expansion. The rise of paper money in ancient China marked a revolutionary shift in the history of currency, setting a precedent that would take centuries to spread globally. While metal coins had been the dominant medium of exchange for thousands of years, China's innovations during the Tang and Song dynasties introduced the world's first government-issued paper currency. This development was closely linked to early banking practices and a growing economy that demanded more flexible and efficient forms of money. The story begins during the Tang dynasty, which ruled China from 618 to 907 CE. Trade expanded significantly under the Tang, both domestically and along the Silk Road, connecting China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. Merchants increasingly faced difficulties transporting large quantities of heavy metal coins over vast distances. In response, they began using promissory notes called flying cash or jiaozi. These notes acted like modern checks, representing deposited coinage that could be redeemed elsewhere. This system reduced the risks and burdens of carrying physical currency. However, it was during the Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279 CE, that paper money evolved into an official government-backed instrument. The Song emperors recognized the advantages of paper currency in promoting commerce and controlling the money supply. The state authorized the issuance of jiaoshao, the first true banknotes, which were guaranteed by the government. These notes were initially used in the prosperous Sichuan province and soon spread across the empire. The Song government took measures to prevent counterfeiting, such as intricate designs, special inks, and official seals. They regulated the issuance and redemption of notes to maintain public trust. The currency was backed by reserves of metal coins or goods, although the exact backing fluctuated over time. The introduction of paper money helped to stimulate economic growth, making transactions easier and allowing for larger commercial ventures. This monetary innovation coincided with significant developments in Chinese banking and finance. Merchants began using early forms of bills of exchange and letters of credit. Private money lenders and government officials established state monopolies over salt, tea, and other commodities, using paper money to manage revenues and expenditures more efficiently. These financial instruments facilitated long-distance trade and investment, helping China become one of the most dynamic economies of the medieval world. The use of paper money also presented challenges. Inflation became a recurring problem, as governments issued more notes than could be backed by reserves. During the later Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongols in the 13th century, excessive printing led to severe devaluation. Nonetheless, the legacy of China's early paper currency was profound. It demonstrated the viability of abstract money, not tied to precious metals, and laid the groundwork for modern banking and finance. While Europe continued to rely mainly on coins for centuries, Chinese innovations would eventually influence global monetary systems. Marco Polo's travels introduced Europeans to the concept of paper money, although it took several hundred years before governments in the West adopted similar practices. China's early banking networks and paper currency are among the earliest examples of complex financial systems in history. In summary, the rise of paper money in ancient China was a response to growing commercial needs, transportation challenges, and government ambitions. It represented a fundamental evolution from tangible metal coins to symbolic money based on trust and state authority. This chapter highlights how economic innovation often emerges from practical problems and how China's early monetary experiments set a lasting example for the world's financial future. During the medieval period, precious metals such as gold and silver became the cornerstone of monetary systems throughout Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia. Unlike earlier forms of currency, which sometimes included shells, livestock, or paper money, the medieval economy largely revolved around coins, whose value was directly tied to the metal they contained. This era witnessed the rise of some of the most influential and enduring currencies in history, including the Byzantine solidus and the Islamic dinar. These coins were not only mediums of exchange, but powerful symbols of political authority, economic stability, and cultural identity. The Byzantine solidus was introduced in the 4th century by Emperor Constantine and maintained remarkable consistency in weight and purity for over 7 centuries. This gold coin became the backbone of Byzantine commerce, enabling trade within the empire and with foreign lands stretching from Western Europe to the Middle East and North Africa. The solidus was widely trusted because its value was guaranteed by the imperial government, and it was resistant to debasement for much of its history. Traders, merchants, and states used the solidus as a reliable currency to settle debts, pay soldiers, and collect taxes. Its wide acceptance contributed to economic integration across the Mediterranean and helped Byzantium maintain financial stability amid political challenges. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the dinar emerged during the Umayyad Caliphate in the 7th century as a gold coin of high purity. The dinar played a crucial role in the flourishing of Islamic commerce spanning from the Arabian Peninsula to North Africa and parts of southern Europe. Its consistent weight and quality established the dinar as a trusted standard for trade and tribute. The spread of Islam and the expansion of trade networks along routes such as the Silk Road further amplified the dinar's influence. Both the solidus and dinar represented more than money. They were expressions of sovereignty embodying the legitimacy and power of their issuing states. Alongside these currencies, the Catholic Church exerted considerable influence on medieval monetary systems. The Church not only issued its own coinage, but also controlled vast economic resources through tithes and land holdings. Church law regulated economic activities and lending practices, shaping how money circulated in Christian Europe. Papal mints produced coins that bore religious symbols, reinforcing the Church's authority. The wealth accumulated by religious institutions made their monetary policies critical to the broader economy. Feudal lords controlled minting rights within their territories and used coinage as a tool to project authority and govern local markets. The privilege to mint coins was often granted by monarchs or ecclesiastical leaders and became a potent symbol of political legitimacy. The design of coins frequently included heraldic images or the likenesses of local rulers, underscoring the connection between money and power. The rise of towns and cities during the High Middle Ages gave birth to trade guilds and merchant associations which influenced monetary circulation. These guilds regulated quality standards, negotiated prices, and helped standardize weights and measures to facilitate commerce. Markets and trade fairs expanded in scale, attracting merchants from distant regions who demanded reliable currency for transactions. The increased demand for coins led to advancements in mining, metallurgy, and minting technology, improving coin quality and availability. However, the medieval monetary system also faced significant challenges. Coin clipping was a widespread problem where individuals shaved small amounts of precious metal from coins to profit from the metal. This practice led to gradual debasement, reducing the intrinsic value of currency and undermining public trust. Monarchs at times deliberately debased coins to finance wars or governmental expenses, causing inflation and economic disruption. These monetary instabilities could trigger social unrest and complicate trade. Despite these challenges, the medieval emphasis on gold and silver coins laid essential groundwork for the evolution of monetary systems. Coins served as both practical instruments of trade and potent symbols of sovereignty, wealth, and social hierarchy. They helped integrate distant regions through commerce, creating economic networks that linked villages, towns, and cities. The interaction between political authorities, religious institutions, and economic actors such as guilds produced complex monetary landscapes reflecting the diverse interests and dynamics of medieval society. This period also saw the gradual emergence of banking practices, credit arrangements, and bills of exchange which would come to flourish during the Renaissance and beyond. Moneylenders and early bankers facilitated loans and credit, helping merchants manage risk and finance ventures. The development of accounting methods and financial instruments during this time represents a critical transition from simple barter and coin exchange to more sophisticated economic systems. In summary, the medieval period's reliance on precious metal currency established enduring principles of value, trust, and government control that shaped the future of money. The legacy of the Byzantine solidus and Islamic dinar highlights the importance of stability and standardization, while the role of the church, feudal lords, and guilds underscores how money is intertwined with power and social structure. These foundations supported expanding trade networks and economic growth, paving the way for the monetary innovations of the early modern period and the rise of paper money and banking systems that define the modern world. During the Renaissance period, which began in the 14th century, Europe experienced sweeping changes not only in art and culture, but also in commerce and finance. As trade networks expanded and cities grew wealthier, new financial practices emerged that transformed the way money circulated and how business was conducted. Central to these changes was the rise of banking families such as the Medicis in Florence, who pioneered many of the innovations that would become the foundation of modern banking. The Medici family started as wool merchants in Florence, but quickly diversified into banking during the late 14th century. Their bank became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe, serving clients ranging from local merchants to popes and monarchs. The Medicis introduced sophisticated accounting practices, including double-entry bookkeeping, which allowed for detailed tracking of credits and debits. This innovation brought greater transparency and reliability to financial transactions and is still the basis of modern accounting today. Beyond bookkeeping, the Medicis and other banking houses offered letters of credit, which allowed merchants to conduct long-distance trade without carrying physical currency. These letters guaranteed payment upon presentation and reduced the risks of theft or loss during travel. While Florence was a banking powerhouse, Venice emerged as a critical center of maritime trade and finance. Venetian merchants were among the first to widely use bills of exchange. These written orders required one party to pay a specific sum to another party on a future date and could be transferred between merchants. Bills of exchange allowed money to move efficiently across borders without the need to transport heavy coins, which were vulnerable to theft or loss. This system also enabled merchants to extend credit and settle debts over time rather than immediately, making large-scale trade feasible. The Venetian banking system was closely tied to its role as a dominant trading hub linking Europe with the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim world. Merchants from distant regions gathered in Venice's bustling marketplaces and relied on its banks to facilitate complex financial transactions. The city's mints produced high-quality coins that further supported commercial activity. Further north in Bruges, present-day Belgium, another financial center developed during the 15th century. Bruges became famous for its fairs, which attracted merchants from all over Europe. These fairs operated like early stock exchanges where commodities were traded and financial contracts negotiated. Bruges bankers issued promissory notes, documents promising to pay a sum of money at a later date, and provided safe storage for funds. This banking infrastructure helped build trust among merchants who needed reliable ways to manage credit and payments. The rise of such financial services in Bruges demonstrated the increasing complexity of medieval commerce and the move away from simple barter or cash transactions. The invention and use of financial instruments like promissory notes and bills of exchange revolutionized commerce by reducing the need to transport gold and silver coins. This was especially important because physical money was heavy and vulnerable to theft during long journeys. Instead, merchants could use these documents to transfer money, extend credit, and facilitate payments across cities and countries. This shift toward abstract representations of value marked a key step toward the modern financial system, where money is largely based on trust and credit rather than physical commodities. Legal frameworks also evolved to support these innovations. Courts began recognizing promissory notes and bills of exchange as enforceable contracts, which gave merchants confidence that their financial agreements would be honored. This legal backing was crucial for the development of credit and the growth of international trade. It allowed for the expansion of commercial networks and the rise of early capitalism as merchants reinvested profits into new ventures and enterprises. The banking families who managed these financial systems often wielded considerable political influence. The Medicis, for example, became patrons of the arts and key political players in Florence. They financed wars and government projects and in return secured privileges and power. This close relationship between finance and politics was a hallmark of Renaissance Europe and foreshadowed the interconnected nature of banking and government seen in modern states. Innovations in bookkeeping, accounting, and risk management also flourished during this time. Double-entry bookkeeping allowed bankers and merchants to keep accurate records of complex transactions, debts, and credits. This method increased transparency and accountability and remains the foundation of modern accounting. Risk management techniques, such as diversification of investments and credit assessment, began to take shape, helping financiers navigate the uncertainties of commerce. In conclusion, the birth of banking and bills of exchange in Renaissance Europe represented a transformative chapter in the history of money and commerce. Powerful banking families like the Medicis pioneered innovations that made large-scale trade and finance possible. The invention of promissory notes and bills of exchange reduced risks and increased efficiency for merchants operating across vast distances. These developments laid the essential groundwork for the modern financial systems that underpin today's global economy. The Renaissance was not just a rebirth of art and culture, but also a pivotal moment when trust, credit, and financial innovation reshaped how people created wealth and conducted business. During the age of European colonialism from the 15th to the 19th centuries, powerful empires spread their influence across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. Central to this expansion was the spread of European currencies, which became tools of domination and control. The Spanish pieces of 8, the British pound, and other imperial currencies not only facilitated trade, but also reinforced the economic structures that sustained colonial rule, including the brutal systems of slavery and resource extraction. The Spanish pieces of 8, also known as the silver dollar, became the first global currency. It was minted from the vast silver mines of the Americas, especially in Potosí, modern-day Bolivia, and widely circulated across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This coin was accepted in markets from Manila to London because of its consistent silver content and weight. It enabled Spain to finance its empire and military campaigns while dominating transatlantic trade, including the triangular trade that linked Europe, Africa, and the Americas. In this system, enslaved Africans were transported to work on plantations producing sugar, tobacco, and other goods, which were then shipped to Europe or sold across colonial markets. The Spanish pieces of 8 facilitated these transactions, creating an interconnected but exploitative economic system. The British pound sterling emerged as a dominant currency during the 18th and 19th centuries as Britain expanded its colonial reach. The pound became the backbone of British imperial finance, supporting trade networks that spanned from India and Africa to the Caribbean and North America. The Bank of England, founded in 1694, played a crucial role in stabilizing and issuing currency while financing government debt, often incurred through wars of empire. British colonial administrations imposed their monetary systems on colonized regions, replacing or devaluing local currencies. This monetary control was a key method to assert dominance, disrupt indigenous economic practices, and integrate colonies into the global capitalist system. The currency systems supported the extraction of resources such as gold, silver, cotton, and spices, which fueled the Industrial Revolution in Europe. However, the benefits were unevenly distributed, as colonial powers and merchants profited enormously, while indigenous peoples and enslaved populations suffered exploitation and dispossession. The use of currency in colonial empires also enforced social hierarchies and racial inequalities. The economic power symbolized by imperial money was closely linked to the political and military power that upheld slavery and colonial domination. Enslaved people were denied access to currency and economic autonomy, and were instead commodified as property bought and sold in exchange for European goods. In Africa, European powers used currencies and trade goods to manipulate local rulers and markets, fostering dependence on colonial economies while undermining traditional systems. The introduction of European money often destabilized local economies and contributed to long-term economic challenges for colonized societies. Resistance and adaptation by indigenous peoples to colonial currencies varied. Some adopted the new money to participate in global trade, while others sought to maintain traditional barter or local monetary systems. Despite resistance, imperial currencies became entrenched as symbols of colonial power, shaping economic relations well into the post-colonial period. The legacy of colonial currencies is still visible today in the continued use of former colonial currencies and economic structures in many parts of the world. In summary, the spread of European currencies during colonialism was more than a financial development. It was a key instrument of empire supporting systems of exploitation, slavery, and resource extraction, while reshaping global trade and economies. The history of currency during this period reveals the complex interconnections between money, power, and human suffering that continue to influence our world today. During the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution transformed economies, societies, and international relations in unprecedented ways. Central to these changes was the widespread adoption of the gold standard, a monetary system in which the value of a country's currency was directly linked to a specified amount of gold. This system replaced earlier forms of currency backed by silver or other commodities, and introduced greater stability and predictability to national economies. The gold standard emerged as industrial powers sought to facilitate expanding international trade and investment while maintaining confidence in their currencies. The origins of the gold standard can be traced to Britain, which adopted it formally in 1821, following a period of monetary instability caused by the Napoleonic Wars. Britain's vast reserves of gold and its dominant position in global trade made the system viable. The British pound sterling became the world's leading gold-backed currency and set a model that other nations gradually followed. Throughout the 19th century, countries including the United States, Germany, France, and Japan established their own gold standards, linking their currencies to fixed quantities of gold. This created a network of national currencies with predictable exchange rates, facilitating easier trade and investment across borders. The adoption of the gold standard was closely tied to the rise of central banking institutions. The Bank of England played a pioneering role in managing the currency's gold reserves, controlling money supply, and acting as lender of last resort to stabilize the financial system. Other countries established central banks to oversee their national currencies, regulate banking practices, and ensure convertibility between currency and gold. Central banks became powerful institutions that balanced government interests, financial stability, and market confidence. National currencies became symbols of sovereignty and economic strength. Governments used their monetary policies to support industrial growth, fund infrastructure projects, and finance expanding empires. The gold standard imposed discipline by limiting the ability of governments to print money indiscriminately, which helped control inflation but also constrained economic flexibility. During periods of economic downturn, countries faced difficult choices between maintaining gold convertibility and addressing domestic financial crises. International trade flourished under the gold standard as fixed exchange rates reduced the risks and uncertainties of currency fluctuations. Merchants, investors, and governments could engage in cross-border transactions with greater confidence. This system supported the rapid globalization of the 19th century, linking raw materials, manufacturing centers, and consumer markets around the world. However, the gold standard also tied economies closely together, meaning financial shocks in one country could quickly spread internationally. Debt and war financing became critical issues during this era. The growing scale of government borrowing to fund industrialization, colonial expansion, and military conflicts challenged the limits of the gold standard. Countries often issued bonds denominated in gold-backed currency, attracting investment from domestic and foreign lenders. This increased interconnectedness of global financial markets, but also heightened vulnerabilities. During times of war, such as the Crimean War, the Franco-Prussian War, and later World War I, many countries suspended the gold standard to print money to cover military expenses, leading to inflation and financial instability. The gold standard's rigid structure and the economic pressures of the early 20th century eventually led to its decline. Between World War I and the Great Depression, many countries abandoned gold convertibility as governments prioritized economic recovery and social programs. Central banks evolved further to manage monetary policy more flexibly, shaping the modern financial system we recognize today. In summary, the gold standard and the birth of national currencies in the 19th century marked a defining chapter in the history of money. This era established stable monetary systems, fostered international trade, and shaped the development of central banking institutions. While it imposed limits that sometimes contributed to financial crises, it laid the foundation for the complex global economy and financial networks that followed. The story of the gold standard reveals how money, power, and politics have long been intertwined in shaping world history. During the early 20th century, the world experienced unprecedented turmoil that profoundly reshaped economies and monetary systems. The gold standard, which had provided stability for much of the 19th century, began to unravel under the pressures of global conflict, economic depression, and changing political priorities. World War I marked the first major challenge to the gold standard, as countries suspended gold convertibility to finance costly military campaigns. The need for massive war expenditures led governments to print vast amounts of paper money, fueling inflation and breaking the strict link between currency and gold. Following the war efforts, some countries attempted to return to the gold standard, but the economic devastation and reparations from the Treaty of Versailles made it unsustainable. The 1920s saw a brief period of monetary experimentation, but the onset of the Great Depression in 1929 caused severe deflation, unemployment, and financial panic, which further discredited the gold standard. The rigidity of fixed exchange rates and limited monetary flexibility prevented effective responses to the crisis, leading many nations to abandon gold convertibility entirely by the early 1930s. During this turbulent era, central banks expanded their roles significantly. They became active managers of national economies, using monetary policy tools to influence inflation, employment, and growth. The Bank of England, the Federal Reserve in the United States, and other central banks developed new mechanisms to regulate currency supply, stabilize banking systems, and support government debt issuance. The idea that money needed to be backed by a physical commodity gradually gave way to acceptance of government-issued fiat money, currencies that derived their value from legal decree rather than intrinsic worth. World War II further accelerated the shift away from the gold standard. Massive military spending required even greater monetary expansion, and many countries resorted to printing money to fund their war efforts. This led to hyperinflation in some regions and volatile currency markets. In 1944, the Bretton Woods Conference established a new international monetary system that pegged currencies to the US dollar, itself convertible to gold. This system aimed to combine stability with flexibility, but ultimately collapsed in the 1970s when the US suspended dollar convertibility to gold, ending the gold standard era entirely. The rise of fiat money revolutionized global finance, allowing governments more control over their monetary policies. However, it also introduced new challenges such as inflation control and currency valuation, which central banks continue to manage today. Fiat currencies rely heavily on trust in government institutions, central bank credibility, and economic fundamentals rather than physical reserves. The development of modern financial markets, credit systems, and digital banking has further transformed how money functions in contemporary society. Inflation became a central concern in the post-war decades, especially during the 1970s, when oil shocks and fiscal policies led to stagflation. High inflation combined with stagnant economic growth. Central banks responded by developing more sophisticated monetary policies targeting inflation rates, interest rates, and money supply management. The interplay between government spending, monetary policy, and global economic forces has shaped the evolution of fiat currencies and the broader financial system. In conclusion, the collapse of the gold standard during the 20th century was driven by war, economic crises, and changing political realities. The emergence of fiat money represented a fundamental shift in how money is understood and managed, moving from commodity-backed currencies to those based on government authority. This transition enabled greater economic flexibility, but also required new institutions and policies to maintain monetary stability. The history of war, inflation, and fiat money highlights the complex relationship between money, power, and governance that continues to influence the global economy today. The invention of credit cards in the mid-20th century marked a major turning point in the history of money. For the first time, consumers could make purchases without the need for physical cash or checks. The first widely used credit card was introduced by Diners Club in 1950, allowing customers to charge meals at participating restaurants. This innovation quickly spread as banks and financial companies saw the opportunity to facilitate consumer spending and extend credit more efficiently. Over the following decades, credit cards became ubiquitous, providing convenience, security, and new ways for people to manage their finances. The ability to borrow money instantly and repay later transformed consumer behavior, enabling the growth of personal credit markets and fueling economic expansion, particularly in post-war America. The rise of credit cards also coincided with advances in technology and communication. Infrastructure improvements enabled the development of electronic payment systems that allowed merchants to process transactions quickly and securely. The magnetic stripe, introduced in the 1970s, replaced cumbersome paper-based methods, and the introduction of the chip and PIN system in the 1990s improved security further. These technological advancements laid the foundation for the growth of digital banking in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Online banking platforms and electronic fund transfer systems transformed how individuals and businesses manage money, no longer bound by physical branches or paper documents. Customers gained instant access to their accounts, the ability to pay bills online, and transfer funds internationally at the click of a button. The convenience and efficiency of digital banking helped reduce reliance on cash and checks, fostering a more connected and efficient global economy. Alongside these developments, the Internet became a powerful platform for financial innovation. The increasing use of smartphones and mobile devices accelerated the adoption of digital wallets and contactless payments. Systems like Apple Pay, Google Pay, and PayPal allowed users to make secure transactions with a tap or a swipe, eliminating the need to carry cash or cards physically. These digital wallets, integrated with loyalty programs and budgeting tools, further enhancing user convenience. Moreover, mobile money services such as M-Pesa in Kenya revolutionized financial inclusion by bringing banking services to millions who previously lacked access to traditional banking. This digital transformation expanded financial participation globally, especially in developing countries, and reshaped consumer expectations worldwide. The most revolutionary change in recent decades has been the emergence of cryptocurrencies. Beginning with Bitcoin in 2009, created by the anonymous figure known as Satoshi Nakamoto, cryptocurrencies introduced a new form of digital money based on blockchain technology. Blockchain is a decentralized ledger that records transactions across a distributed network of computers, ensuring transparency, security, and resistance to censorship. Unlike traditional currencies, cryptocurrencies operate without central banks or governments and rely on cryptographic algorithms to control the creation of new units and verify transactions. This decentralized model aimed to solve long-standing issues in the financial system such as fraud, double spending, and central authority control. Bitcoin's design aimed to provide an alternative to fiat money with features like limited supply, transparency, and peer-to-peer transfer capabilities. These characteristics attracted supporters who saw cryptocurrencies as a way to bypass traditional financial institutions, reduce transaction costs, and increase privacy. The initial enthusiasm for Bitcoin led to the creation of thousands of other cryptocurrencies, each with different goals and technical innovations. Ethereum, launched in 2015, introduced programmable smart contracts, enabling decentralized applications beyond currency transactions. Stablecoins emerged to address volatility by pegging their value to traditional fiat currencies, facilitating everyday use and institutional adoption. The rapid evolution of cryptocurrencies sparked new financial products, such as decentralized finance (DeFi), non-fungible tokens (NFTs), and digital asset exchanges. Despite their promise, cryptocurrencies face significant challenges, including price volatility, regulatory uncertainty, security risks, and limited acceptance as a medium of exchange. The extreme price fluctuations have made many cryptocurrencies speculative investments rather than stable currencies for daily use. Regulators worldwide grapple with how to oversee these decentralized systems without stifling innovation. Security breaches, hacking incidents, and scams have eroded trust among some users. Additionally, cryptocurrencies have faced criticism for environmental impacts due to the high energy consumption of mining operations. Governments and financial regulators continue to debate how to integrate cryptocurrencies into existing legal frameworks while protecting consumers and preventing illicit activities such as money laundering and tax evasion. In parallel to decentralized cryptocurrencies, digital currencies issued by central banks, known as central bank digital currencies or CBDCs, are being explored and tested globally. CBDCs aim to combine the benefits of digital money, such as efficiency, security, and financial inclusion, with the stability and regulatory oversight of government-backed currencies. Countries like China, with its digital yuan, Sweden, with its e-krona pilot, and the Bahamas with its sand dollar, are leading early experiments in CBDCs. These initiatives have the potential to reshape monetary policy, payment systems, and cross-border transactions in the years ahead. The transition from physical cash to virtual currency offers many benefits, including increased efficiency, lower transaction costs, enhanced security, and expanded financial inclusion. Digital payments provide faster settlement times, reduce the risks of theft and loss, and allow for more accurate transaction records. However, this shift also raises important concerns about privacy, data security, digital divides, and the potential loss of monetary sovereignty. As cash usage declines, issues of surveillance and control over personal financial data come to the forefront. Those without access to digital infrastructure may face exclusion, deepening existing inequalities. Furthermore, the growing role of private companies and technology platforms in the payment ecosystem challenges traditional banking models and regulatory frameworks. The rapid pace of innovation requires ongoing adaptation by policymakers, businesses, and consumers to balance these opportunities and risks. Collaboration between governments, financial institutions, and technology firms is critical to building secure, inclusive, and resilient digital monetary systems. Public education on digital finance and robust cybersecurity measures will be essential to foster trust and adoption. In conclusion, the evolution of money from credit cards to cryptocurrencies reflects broader trends in technology, globalization, and changing economic needs. The shift towards digital money has transformed how we store, transfer, and use value, reshaping economies and societies worldwide. As we move further into a cashless future, the history of currency continues to unfold, revealing the dynamic interplay between innovation, power, and trust at the heart of all monetary systems. The journey from physical coins and notes to digital ledgers and decentralized networks is far from over, promising continued transformation in the ways humans create and exchange value. The end of World War II in 1945 marked not only the defeat of the Axis powers, but also the beginning of a new and intense geopolitical rivalry. The two remaining superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, emerged with vastly different ideologies, economic systems, and visions for the post-war world. The US championed capitalism and democratic governance, while the Soviet Union promoted communism and a state-controlled economy. Though they had been allies during the war, their cooperation quickly deteriorated, giving rise to a global conflict known as the Cold War. This ideological struggle played out not through direct military confrontation, but through proxy wars, political maneuvering, espionage, and a fierce competition for technological and military superiority. One of the defining features of the early Cold War period was the rapid development and stockpiling of nuclear weapons. In 1945, the United States demonstrated the devastating power of atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This not only hastened the end of World War II, but also signaled to the world, and especially to the Soviet Union, the unmatched military capabilities of the US. In response, the Soviets accelerated their own nuclear program, successfully testing their first atomic bomb in 1949. This event shattered the US monopoly on nuclear weapons and marked the beginning of the arms race. Each side began developing more powerful bombs, including hydrogen bombs, and the means to deliver them, such as long-range bombers and intercontinental ballistic missiles. This military escalation brought about a new focus on missile technology. Rockets, once seen as experimental and largely impractical, became central to the defense strategies of both nations. In particular, the development of ballistic missile technology laid the groundwork for space exploration. The same rockets that could deliver nuclear warheads across continents could also be used to launch satellites into orbit. As both countries invested heavily in missile research and development, the boundaries between military and civilian technological advancements became increasingly blurred. The roots of this technological race can be traced to Germany, where during World War II, scientists developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. After the war, both the United States and the Soviet Union raced to capture German scientists and their research. This effort, known in the United States as Operation Paperclip, brought key figures such as Wernher von Braun to America. Von Braun and his team would go on to play a crucial role in developing US missile technology, and later the Saturn V rocket that powered the Apollo missions. In the Soviet Union, captured German engineers were also put to work, and Soviet scientists led by Sergei Korolev began to achieve remarkable progress in rocketry. Korolev, whose identity was kept secret for many years, was the chief architect of the Soviet space program. Under his leadership, the USSR made rapid advancements in missile and space technology. His vision and determination were instrumental in turning Soviet aspirations into historic achievements. As the Cold War intensified, both nations sought new ways to assert their dominance. The focus began to shift toward space. Control of space was seen not only as a strategic advantage in military terms, but also as a symbol of technological and ideological superiority. If one side could place satellites, or even humans in orbit, it would demonstrate a clear edge in innovation and power projection. By the mid-1950s, preparations for launching artificial satellites were underway in both countries. The International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, a cooperative international scientific effort, provided a politically neutral cover under which the two superpowers could publicly justify their satellite projects. However, beneath this surface of scientific collaboration lay a deep and driving competition. Each nation wanted to be first. The rivalry extended beyond technology and into the realm of public opinion and international influence. Success in space would not just win prestige, it would inspire other countries to align with the victor's ideology. The space race, born from the nuclear arms race and Cold War tensions, was not merely about reaching the stars, it was about winning hearts and minds on Earth. The space race, therefore, did not begin in a laboratory or a launch pad. It began in the aftermath of World War II, in the ashes of destroyed cities, in secret military projects, and in the minds of leaders who believed that supremacy in space could determine the future of the planet. As tensions mounted and technology advanced, The world watched as two superpowers prepared to take their conflict beyond the skies. The story of modern rocketry begins not in the United States or the Soviet Union, but in Nazi Germany. During World War II, German engineers led by Wernher von Braun developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. The V-2 was a revolutionary weapon, capable of delivering a 1-ton warhead at supersonic speeds to targets over 300 kilometers away. Though it was deployed too late in the war to change the outcome, its impact on the future of missile and space technology was profound. The V-2 was the first man-made object to reach the edge of space, and its design would serve as the foundation for post-war rocket development. As the war came to an end in 1945, both the United States and the Soviet Union launched covert operations to secure German military technology and recruit the scientists who created it. The Americans initiated Operation Paperclip, a secret program aimed at capturing top German scientists before they could fall into Soviet hands. Among those brought to the US was Wernher von Braun, who had been instrumental in designing the V-2 rocket. Von Braun and more than 100 of his colleagues were relocated to the United States, where they began working for the US Army at Fort Bliss and later at the Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. Their expertise would be critical in developing America's missile systems and eventually its space program. In the Soviet Union, a similar effort was underway. Soviet forces captured V-2 production facilities, documentation, and several German engineers. These individuals were sent to the USSR to assist in reconstructing the V-2 and to help develop an indigenous Soviet rocket program. Soviet engineers, under the leadership of Sergei Korolev, absorbed and then surpassed the technology gleaned from the German designs. Korolev, working with limited resources but tremendous determination, played a central role in adapting V-2 concepts to Soviet needs. He would later become the chief designer of the Soviet space program and the architect behind many of its most significant achievements. The legacy of the V-2 rocket was not merely technical. It demonstrated that space was no longer beyond human reach. The transition from wartime weapon to tool of exploration began with small modifications and ambitious thinking. American engineers modified V-2 rockets for high-altitude scientific experiments, launching them from the White Sands Proving Ground in New Mexico. These early tests provided crucial data on the upper atmosphere and cosmic radiation, laying the groundwork for future space missions. Meanwhile, in the USSR, the V-2 derivatives led to the development of the R-1, R-2, and eventually the R-7 rocket, which would become the first intercontinental ballistic missile and the launch vehicle for Sputnik and later crewed space flights. The Soviet strategy was clear. Mastery of rocket technology meant not only military strength, but also the potential for unmatched propaganda victories. Achieving dominance in space would be a way to demonstrate the superiority of the communist system to the world. For both superpowers, the line between military missile development and space exploration was thin. The same technologies that could deliver a nuclear payload to an enemy city could also place a satellite in orbit or carry astronauts into space. The captured knowledge and expertise from Nazi Germany became the backbone of Cold War rocket programs. What had once been weapons of war were being repurposed for scientific discovery and national pride. Wernher von Braun emerged as a key figure in the US space effort. By the 1950s, he was leading the development of the Redstone and Jupiter series of missiles. His team's work culminated in the launch of Explorer-1 in 1958, America's first satellite, and later the mighty Saturn V rocket that would carry astronauts to the moon. Despite his controversial past as a member of the Nazi Party and SS, Von Braun was embraced by the American public as a visionary and pioneer. Sergei Korolev, whose identity remained a state secret until after his death, was equally vital to the Soviet side. Though he had once been imprisoned during Stalin's purges, he rose to lead the USSR's most ambitious space missions, including the launch of Sputnik in 1957 and Yuri Gagarin's historic flight in 1961. Like von Braun, Korolev transformed the knowledge of war into the tools of exploration. The influence of Nazi technology on the early years of the space race cannot be overstated. The V-2 rocket was more than a weapon, it was a blueprint for the future. Through the efforts of German scientists and the vision of American and Soviet engineers, the destructive legacy of the Second World War was turned toward peaceful, though highly competitive, ends. The birth of rocket science in the shadow of conflict set the stage for a new kind of battle, one fought not on the battlefield, but in the heavens above. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union stunned the world by launching the first artificial satellite into orbit. The satellite was called Sputnik 1. It was a small spherical object about the size of a beach ball, weighing roughly 83 kilograms, and it emitted a steady beeping signal that could be detected by radio operators around the world. Though it carried no scientific instruments beyond its radio transmitter, its impact was enormous. For the first time in history, a man-made object was orbiting the Earth. The launch of Sputnik was more than just a scientific achievement. It was a seismic political event that instantly changed the global balance of power. The United States, which had believed itself to be the undisputed leader in science and technology, was caught completely off guard. American officials and citizens alike reacted with shock, anxiety, and even fear. The realization that the Soviet Union had beaten the United States into space sent waves through the government, the media, and the public. Sputnik was launched aboard an R-7 intercontinental ballistic missile, a fact that made the event even more alarming to American military planners. If the Soviets could launch a satellite into orbit, they could also deliver nuclear warheads across continents with the same technology. This was not just a race for space, it was a race for national survival. The satellite's beeping was a constant reminder to the world that the USSR had taken a decisive lead in the most advanced area of technology. The immediate reaction in the United States was one of panic and soul-searching. Newspapers dubbed the event the Sputnik crisis, and politicians demanded to know how the country had fallen behind. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, though calm in public, ordered sweeping reviews of American science and education policy. Congressional hearings followed, with intense scrutiny of the nation's schools, universities, and scientific institutions. The consensus was clear: the United States had to catch up, and fast. One of the most significant outcomes of the Sputnik launch was the creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. In July 1958, less than a year after Sputnik, Congress passed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, and NASA began operations on October 1, 1958. It marked a new era of American commitment to space exploration, research, and competition. The government also increased funding for science education and research, including the National Defense Education Act, which aimed to boost American expertise in math and science. Sputnik also had a deep psychological impact. It challenged American assumptions about technological superiority and raised fears about Soviet intentions. Many feared that space would become militarized, that the Soviets would place weapons in orbit, or that they would be able to strike the US from above. The idea of space as a new frontier, once the realm of science fiction, suddenly became an urgent and tangible reality. In the Soviet Union, the launch of Sputnik was a triumph. It was broadcast widely, celebrated by citizens, and used as powerful propaganda. The Soviet government framed the achievement as proof of the superiority of communism and central planning. Sergei Korolev, the chief designer behind the Soviet space program, became a national hero, though his identity remained secret outside the highest levels of government. For the USSR, Sputnik was not just a technical milestone, but a strategic victory in the ongoing ideological struggle of the Cold War. Internationally, the launch of Sputnik shocked and fascinated the world. Scientists, journalists, and ordinary people around the globe watched the skies, listened for the satellite's signal, and marveled at the dawn of the space age. It sparked global interest in science and exploration, and made space a key arena in the geopolitical rivalry between East and West. The United States quickly responded with its own satellite program. On January 31, 1958, America launched its first satellite, Explorer 1, into orbit. Though smaller and less immediately dramatic than Sputnik, Explorer 1 carried a scientific payload that led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts around Earth. The American response was now fully underway. The launch of Sputnik 1 marked the beginning of a new chapter in human history. It set off a chain reaction of scientific, political, and cultural changes that would shape the second half of the 20th century. More than just a beeping ball in orbit, Sputnik was a wake-up call to the world. It symbolized a shift in power, a new technological age, and the beginning of one of the most dramatic competitions in human history. In the wake of the Soviet Union's stunning success with the launch of Sputnik 1 in October 1957, the United States found itself in a crisis of confidence. The world's leading democracy and technological powerhouse had been caught off guard, and the pressure to respond was immediate and intense. The American government, military, scientific community, and public all demanded action. The first major attempt to answer Sputnik came in the form of the Vanguard project, a satellite program developed by the US Navy under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory. The Vanguard program had been selected in 1955 as the official US entry for the International Geophysical Year, a scientific initiative running from 1957 to 1958. It was intended to be a peaceful civilian-led project that would showcase American scientific prowess. However, when Sputnik launched and stole the spotlight, the political stakes for Vanguard skyrocketed. Suddenly, what had been a research mission was now a symbol of national pride and technological credibility. On December 6, 1957, the United States prepared to launch its first satellite, Vanguard TV3, from Cape Canaveral. The event was heavily publicized, with reporters, photographers, and TV cameras all waiting to witness America's response to Sputnik. But the launch ended in disaster. Just 2 seconds after liftoff, the rocket lost thrust, fell back onto the pad, and exploded in a fiery spectacle. The small satellite was thrown clear of the blast and landed nearby, still transmitting a signal, but the damage was done. The failure was a humiliation. The media dubbed it Flopnik, Kaputnik, and Stayputnik, mocking the effort and fueling national embarrassment. The Soviet Union, already basking in the success of Sputnik, reveled in the American misstep. The failure of Vanguard TV3 intensified the sense of urgency and desperation within the US government. If the country was to regain its technological credibility and secure its place in the space age, something had to change. Fortunately, the United States had another option. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency, led by Wernher von Braun, had been quietly working on a backup satellite program using a modified Redstone missile known as the Jupiter C. When Vanguard failed, the Army's program was quickly authorized to proceed. Working under intense pressure, von Braun's team prepared their rocket and satellite for launch. On January 31, 1958, just weeks after the Vanguard disaster, the United States successfully launched its first satellite into orbit. The satellite, Explorer-1, weighed about 14 kilograms and carried scientific instruments developed by physicist James Van Allen. The mission was a success, and the data returned led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts, an important breakthrough in space science. More importantly for the American public and government, it proved that the United States was not out of the race. The success of Explorer-1 was a turning point. It demonstrated that the United States had the technical capability to compete in space. However, the fragmented nature of the country's space efforts was now seen as a serious problem. At the time, various branches of the military and different government agencies were all pursuing independent rocket and satellite projects. Coordination was poor, funding was scattered, and strategic direction was lacking. Recognizing the need for a unified civilian space agency, President Dwight D. Eisenhower proposed the creation of a new organization that would consolidate the nation's space efforts. Congress responded with the National Aeronautics and Space Act, which was passed in July 1958. The act established the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, which officially began operations on October 1, 1958. NASA absorbed the earlier work of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, as well as several military programs and personnel. It brought together engineers, scientists, and administrators under one roof, with a clear mission to lead the nation in space exploration. Unlike the military-led Soviet space program, NASA would be a civilian agency, emphasizing peaceful purposes and scientific discovery. This distinction was crucial in framing the American space effort as a noble and democratic endeavor. The creation of NASA marked a new beginning. It was more than just a bureaucratic shift, it was a statement of intent. The United States would not simply react to Soviet achievements, but would develop a long-term strategy to lead in space. NASA's early goals included developing satellite technology, creating human spaceflight capabilities, and advancing aeronautics research. Its leaders understood that space was the new frontier in the Cold War, and they prepared to meet the challenge. The failure of Vanguard TV-3, though painful, served as a catalyst for change. It exposed weaknesses in the American approach and paved the way for reform. The success of Explorer-1 showed that the country could recover quickly and achieve significant milestones. And the creation of NASA laid the foundation for the dramatic achievements that would follow, including putting the first Americans into orbit and eventually landing men on the moon. In less than a year, the United States went from embarrassment to resurgence. The launch of Sputnik had shocked the nation, but it had also awakened it. With the birth of NASA, America was ready to embark on a new era of exploration and competition in the vast reaches of space. On April 12, 1961, the Soviet Union achieved one of the most extraordinary milestones in human history. Yuri Gagarin, a 27-year-old Soviet Air Force pilot, became the first human to travel into space. His spacecraft, Vostok 1, lifted off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome and completed a full orbit of the Earth in approximately 108 minutes. Gagarin's mission was not only a triumph of engineering and courage, but a profound statement of Soviet capability and ambition in the Cold War space race. The Vostok 1 mission was shrouded in secrecy until its success could be confirmed. The spacecraft was fully automated, as Soviet engineers were uncertain about how the human body would react to weightlessness and orbital flight. Gagarin had little control over the capsule, but he remained calm and composed throughout the mission. His famous phrase, "Poyakali," meaning "let's go," became an instant cultural icon and symbolized the Soviet Union's bold leap into space. Yuri Gagarin returned to Earth a hero, landing in a rural field in the Saratov region after ejecting from the capsule and parachuting to the ground, as the Vostok's design required. News of his safe return and successful flight spread rapidly across the globe. In the USSR, he was celebrated as a national treasure. He was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union and began a worldwide tour, receiving accolades and admiration. Gagarin's flight was a propaganda victory of immense proportions, showcasing Soviet scientific and technological prowess. In the United States, Gagarin's historic flight was received with a mix of admiration and alarm. While many Americans respected the Soviet achievement, the political leadership understood its deeper implications. The USSR had now twice beaten the United States to major space milestones, first with Sputnik and now with the first human in space. The pressure on the American space program intensified dramatically. Just weeks later, on May 5, 1961, the United States launched its own human into space. Alan Shepard, a naval aviator and test pilot, flew aboard the Freedom 7 spacecraft on a mission designated Mercury Redstone 3. Shepard's flight was suborbital, lasting just over 15 minutes and reaching an altitude of 187 kilometers. Though far shorter than Gagarin's orbit, Shepard became the first American in space and instantly a national hero. The Freedom 7 spacecraft, unlike Vostok, allowed for manual control, and Shepard used it effectively to maneuver during his brief but critical flight. His words, "What a beautiful view," captured the awe and wonder of seeing Earth from space. Despite the short duration, the mission restored some confidence in the American space program and demonstrated the reliability of NASA's systems and procedures. The contrast between the two missions was significant. Gagarin had orbited the Earth, a clear technical superiority at the time. However, Shepard's mission had its own importance, showcasing precision control, astronaut involvement, and a rapid response from NASA following the earlier Soviet lead. The Mercury program, which had begun in 1958, was finally bearing fruit. Both missions had an enormous impact on public perception and the political stakes of the space race. Space exploration was no longer just about satellites and scientific instruments. It was now a deeply human endeavor, with astronauts and cosmonauts as the new face of national pride and technological achievement. The eyes of the world were on these pioneers, and their stories captivated millions. For the Soviet Union, Gagarin's success strengthened its image as the dominant space power and gave its citizens a sense of pride and accomplishment during the tense years of the Cold War. For the United States, Shepard's mission served as a turning point. Just weeks after Shepard's flight, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and declared the ambitious goal of sending an American to the moon before the end of the decade. The era of human spaceflight had officially begun, marked by courage, innovation, and the intense competition between two global superpowers. Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard were the trailblazers, the first to venture beyond the bounds of Earth, and their missions would ignite a new chapter in the history of space exploration. Following the pioneering missions of Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard, both the Soviet Union and the United States accelerated their efforts in human spaceflight. The early 1960s marked a period of rapid development and experimentation as each nation sought to demonstrate its technological superiority. The Soviet Vostok program and the American Project Mercury were central to this phase. and both faced immense technical challenges while achieving a series of crucial milestones. The Vostok program, led by Sergei Korolev and his team, continued to build on the momentum of Gagarin's success. On August 6, 1961, just months after Gagarin's flight, cosmonaut German Titov launched aboard Vostok 2. His mission lasted over 25 hours and included 17 orbits around the Earth. Titov became the first human to spend an entire day in space, offering valuable data on the physiological effects of prolonged weightlessness. Despite experiencing space sickness, Titov's mission was a success and reinforced Soviet dominance in space. Subsequent Vostok flights expanded both the duration and ambition of human space missions. Vostok 3 and Vostok 4, launched in August 1962, marked the first time multiple crewed spacecraft were in orbit simultaneously. Although the capsules did not dock, they came within a few kilometers of each other, demonstrating increasing precision in orbital maneuvering. The next year, Vostok 5 and Vostok 6 continued this trend, culminating in the historic flight of Valentina Tereshkova aboard Vostok 6 on June 16, 1963. Tereshkova became the first woman in space, a major propaganda victory for the USSR and a testament to the growing complexity and inclusivity of its space program. Meanwhile, the United States advanced Project Mercury with a deliberate and methodical approach. Following Shepard's suborbital flight, astronaut Gus Grissom repeated a similar mission aboard Liberty Bell 7 in July 1961. Although the flight itself was successful, the capsule sank after splashdown due to a premature hatch release, highlighting the risks and unpredictability of early spaceflight. NASA's first orbital mission came with John Glenn's flight aboard Friendship 7 on February 20, 1962. Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, completing 3 orbits during a nearly 5-hour mission. His safe return marked a critical milestone for the United States and helped restore national confidence. Glenn was celebrated as a hero, and his flight demonstrated that the Mercury spacecraft could perform complex orbital operations. Project Mercury continued with further missions to refine systems and gather scientific data. Scott Carpenter flew Aurora 7 in May 1962. Wally Schirra flew Sigma 7 in October 1962, and Gordon Cooper completed the final Mercury mission, Faith 7, in May 1963. Cooper's mission lasted over 34 hours and included 22 orbits, proving that Americans could sustain longer missions and laying the groundwork for more advanced programs. Both programs faced numerous technical challenges. Engineers had to solve problems related to life support, re-entry heat shielding, launch vehicle reliability, and communications. Every mission posed new questions. How would the human body respond to longer periods in weightlessness? Could astronauts control their spacecraft under stress? Would automated systems function as intended? Each flight provided data and experience, allowing both countries to iterate and improve. The Vostok capsules were larger than Mercury capsules and allowed cosmonauts more freedom of movement, but they were also almost entirely automated, reflecting Soviet caution and control. Mercury spacecraft were smaller and more cramped, but American astronauts had greater control over their missions, aligning with NASA's emphasis on piloted flight. The Mercury and Vostok programs represented an era of trial and error, intense risk and rapid learning. Both nations lost uncrewed test vehicles, struggled with launch failures, and constantly pushed the limits of available technology. Behind every success were teams of engineers, scientists and mission controllers working tirelessly to solve unprecedented problems. Despite the Cold War rivalry, there were moments of mutual respect between the programs. Each side monitored the other's progress closely, and achievements were acknowledged, albeit often with political spin. The race was fierce, but it was also driven by shared human curiosity and the desire to explore beyond Earth. By the end of the Vostok and Mercury programs in 1963, both superpowers had demonstrated their ability to launch, orbit, and safely return human beings from space. These early missions laid the foundation for more ambitious projects, the Soviet Vostok and American Gemini programs, which would focus on multi-person crews, longer durations, and the techniques necessary for lunar exploration. The Mercury and Vostok programs were stepping stones in the larger narrative of the space race. They turned the dream of human spaceflight into a reality and proved that sustained exploration was possible. Through trial, error, and eventual success, the boundaries of space were pushed further than ever before. On May 25, 1961, just weeks after Alan Shepard became the first American in space, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and delivered a speech that would define the future of American space exploration. He declared, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth." It was a bold and ambitious promise, one made at a time when the United States had only just begun to test its capabilities in space. Kennedy's announcement was driven by several factors. The Soviet Union had already scored major victories with Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin's historic orbital flight. The Cold War was intensifying, and technological supremacy in space had become a key measure of national power and prestige. Kennedy's moonshot promise was as much a geopolitical maneuver as it was a scientific or exploratory goal. It aimed to rally American talent and resources around a singular, inspiring challenge. To reach the moon, the United States needed a stepping stone program that would develop and refine the techniques required for such a complex mission. This led to the creation of Project Gemini, NASA's second human spaceflight program, which ran from 1961 to 1966. Gemini was designed to test technologies and skills that would be essential for lunar missions, such as orbital rendezvous, docking, long-duration spaceflight, and extravehicular activity, commonly known as spacewalking. The Gemini spacecraft was more advanced than its predecessor, Mercury. It could carry 2 astronauts instead of 1, had greater maneuverability, and supported longer missions. The program consisted of 10 crewed flights, each building on the lessons of the last. Gemini missions were launched atop Titan II rockets, which were adapted from intercontinental ballistic missiles but modified for human spaceflight. Gemini 3, launched on March 23, 1965, was the first crewed flight of the program. Astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young tested the spacecraft's maneuvering capabilities and completed the first orbital change by an American spacecraft. The mission demonstrated that astronauts could alter their flight path in orbit, a necessary skill for rendezvous and docking. Gemini 4, launched in June 1965, featured the first American spacewalk. Ed White became the first American to float outside his spacecraft, tethered by a long cord and using a handheld maneuvering unit. His 23-minute EVA was both a technical achievement and a powerful symbol of human presence in space. However, it also revealed challenges, such as limited mobility and the difficulty of re-entering the spacecraft. Gemini 5 tested endurance. Astronauts Gordon Cooper and Pete Conrad spent nearly 8 days in orbit, proving that humans could survive in space for the time required to travel to the moon and back. The mission encountered power and guidance issues, but its success marked another major step forward. Gemini 6A and Gemini 7 demonstrated the feasibility of orbital rendezvous. In December 1965, the two spacecraft flew within a foot of each other in orbit, maneuvering in close proximity for several hours. Gemini 7, carrying astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell, also set a record by remaining in space for 14 days, testing the limits of human endurance in microgravity. Gemini 8, launched in March 1966, carried astronauts Neil Armstrong and David Scott. It achieved the first docking of two spacecraft in orbit, linking with an unmanned Agena target vehicle. However, a stuck thruster caused the docked vehicles to spin uncontrollably, forcing Armstrong to perform an emergency undocking and stabilization. The incident underscored the risks of spaceflight, but also showed the skill and calmness of American astronauts. Subsequent missions refined spacewalking techniques. Gemini 9, 10, 11 and 12 all included extravehicular activity, with varying degrees of success. By the final Gemini mission in November 1966, astronauts had learned how to work effectively outside their spacecraft, a vital skill for any lunar landing. Gemini also mastered orbital rendezvous and docking procedures, vital for assembling and operating multi-module spacecraft. These complex maneuvers became routine, building the confidence and experience necessary for Apollo missions. Project Gemini was not glamorous in the way Apollo would later be, but it was indispensable. It transformed American spaceflight from experimental jaunts into a mature, reliable system capable of complex, extended missions. Every successful Gemini flight pushed the boundaries of what was possible and prepared NASA for the monumental task ahead. By the end of Gemini in 1966, NASA had tested all the key components required for a lunar landing. The astronauts, engineers, and mission controllers were seasoned. The technology was proven, and the promise Kennedy had made in 1961 was within reach. The foundation had been laid. The United States was ready to take the next giant leap. While much of the world's attention was focused on the dramatic Apollo program and the Gemini missions, the Soviet Union was quietly making significant strides in both crewed and robotic space exploration. The Soviet Soyuz and lunar programs exemplify this period of innovation, marked by both remarkable achievements and tragic setbacks. The lunar program, initiated in the late 1950s, was the first series of robotic missions aimed at exploring the moon. Beginning with Luna 1 in 1959, the Soviets achieved a number of pioneering firsts. Luna 1 was the first spacecraft to reach the vicinity of the moon, passing within 6,000 kilometers of its surface, although it did not impact as intended. Luna 2 followed shortly thereafter, becoming the first human-made object to impact the lunar surface. These early missions gathered valuable data on the moon's environment and radiation, laying the groundwork for future exploration. In 1966, Luna 9 achieved a historic milestone by performing the first successful soft landing on the moon. The spacecraft transmitted panoramic images of the lunar surface back to Earth, offering humanity its first close-up views of another world. The lunar program continued with sample return missions, such as Luna 16 in 1970, which brought lunar soil back to Earth, a feat unmatched by the United States at that time. Parallel to these robotic efforts, the Soviet Union was developing the Soyuz spacecraft, which would become the cornerstone of its crewed space program for decades. Designed to replace the aging Vostok and Voskhod capsules, Soyuz was larger, more versatile, and capable of supporting longer missions with a crew of up to 3 cosmonauts. The development of Soyuz involved solving complex technical challenges, including life support systems, re-entry technology, and orbital maneuvering capabilities. The Soyuz program's early years were marred by tragedy. On April 24, 1967, cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov became the first human to die during a space mission. Komarov's Soyuz 1 suffered multiple system failures shortly after launch. Despite his efforts to manually control the spacecraft, the parachute failed during re-entry, causing a fatal crash landing. Komarov's death was a sobering reminder of the inherent dangers of spaceflight and underscored the urgency of thorough testing and system reliability. Despite these setbacks, the Soyuz spacecraft proved to be an incredibly durable and adaptable platform. Subsequent missions improved upon the original design, and Soyuz would go on to support decades of crewed missions, including ferrying astronauts to space stations like Salyut Mir and the International Space Station. Throughout the late 1960s and 1970s, the Soviets continued to advance their robotic lunar exploration. The lunar program contributed vital scientific knowledge, while the Soyuz program laid the foundation for human spaceflight longevity and cooperation. These efforts, while less publicized than the Apollo landings, were essential components of the broader space race. The Soviet Union demonstrated technical prowess and resilience, maintaining a strong presence in space despite the challenges. The story of Soyuz and lunar missions is one of both triumph and tragedy. It reflects the determination of a nation to explore the unknown, push the boundaries of technology, and endure the costs of such ambitions. The Apollo program was one of the most ambitious and challenging endeavors in the history of space exploration. It was born out of the urgent desire to win the space race against the Soviet Union and was fueled by President John F. Kennedy's bold 1961 promise to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade's end. This goal pushed NASA engineers, scientists and astronauts to their limits, demanding innovation, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to overcoming every obstacle. However, the journey toward that historic achievement was fraught with setbacks and profound tragedy. On January 27, 1967, disaster struck during a routine pre-launch test of Apollo 1, then officially designated as 204, at Cape Kennedy Launch Complex 34. Inside the command module, astronauts Virgil Gus Grissom, Ed White and Roger Chaffee were conducting a plugs-out test, a simulation of the spacecraft's internal systems running independently from ground support. Suddenly, a spark ignited a fire in the pure oxygen atmosphere, causing flames to engulf the cabin in seconds. The intense heat and toxic smoke made escape impossible, and all 3 crew members tragically lost their lives. The Apollo 1 fire sent shockwaves through NASA and the entire nation. It exposed critical flaws in spacecraft design and safety protocols. Investigations revealed that the command module's interior contained flammable materials, that the hatch opened inward and was nearly impossible to open quickly under pressure, and that electrical wiring was vulnerable to short circuits. This disaster brought the Apollo program to a temporary halt as engineers and NASA leadership grappled with the profound challenge of redesigning the spacecraft to ensure astronaut safety. In the aftermath, NASA launched a comprehensive overhaul of the Apollo command module. Fire-resistant materials replaced highly combustible components. The hatch was redesigned to open outward and could be released in seconds, even under pressure, to facilitate rapid escape. Electrical systems were strengthened and rerouted to reduce the risk of shorts or sparks. Testing became more rigorous, emphasizing safety above all else. These changes represented a major investment of time and resources, but were essential to regain trust and confidence in the program. After 3 years of painstaking redesign, retesting and astronaut training, NASA was finally ready to return to crewed flight. Apollo 7, launched on October 11, 1968, marked this critical milestone. Commanded by veteran astronaut Wally Schirra, with Don Sealer and Walter Cunningham as crewmates. Apollo 7 was the first successful crewed mission in the Apollo series. The mission lasted 11 days in low Earth orbit and was designed to test the revamped command module's life support, propulsion, and communication systems. Apollo 7 demonstrated the spacecraft's reliability, providing NASA with the confidence to move forward with lunar missions. It was a steady, methodical flight that, while lacking the glamour of a lunar landing, was absolutely vital to the program's ultimate success. With the successful completion of Apollo 7, NASA quickly planned the next step, sending astronauts to the moon's vicinity. Apollo 8, launched on December 21, 1968, was the first crewed mission to leave Earth orbit and travel to the moon. Astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders entered lunar orbit, completing 10 orbits over roughly 20 hours. During this mission, the crew tested navigation, communication, and life support systems in deep space conditions. Apollo 8 also provided the first live television broadcasts from lunar orbit, mesmerizing viewers on Earth, with dramatic views of the moon's surface and the distant Earth rising over the lunar horizon. Apollo 8 was a profound psychological and political victory for the United States. It proved that humans could travel to the moon and back safely, effectively closing the gap with Soviet space achievements. The crew's reading from the Book of Genesis during a Christmas Eve broadcast became one of the most memorable moments of the space race, symbolizing hope and unity during a turbulent era. Apollo 8 set the stage for the final and most daring missions yet to come. Following Apollo 8's triumph, Apollo 10 was launched in May 1969 as a full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. Astronauts Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan piloted the mission, taking the lunar module within 15 kilometers of the moon's surface. This mission tested every component and procedure needed for landing, including lunar orbit rendezvous, descent and ascent techniques. Although the crew did not land, they came close enough to verify all systems performed as expected. The mission confirmed that NASA was ready for the historic landing attempt planned for Apollo 11. The sequence of Apollo 1's tragedy, Apollo 7's return to flight, Apollo 8's lunar orbit, and Apollo 10's rehearsal demonstrated NASA's ability to learn from failure, innovate, and press forward under enormous pressure. Each mission built upon the last, showcasing human ingenuity and resilience. The lessons from Apollo 1's fire fundamentally reshaped spacecraft design and safety culture, ensuring that future astronauts had the best possible chance of survival. These pivotal missions paved the way for the crowning achievement of the Apollo program, the first moon landing by Apollo 11 in July 1969. The journey from fire and failure to triumph embodied the spirit of exploration and the determination to push beyond known limits. It showed the world that even in the face of profound setbacks, human beings could come together to achieve the extraordinary. Apollo 11 remains one of the most extraordinary and transformative achievements in human history. On July 16, 1969, the world watched as the mighty Saturn V rocket, the most powerful launch vehicle ever built, thundered into the sky from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. On board were 3 astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. Their mission was nothing less than to achieve humanity's first manned landing on the moon, an unprecedented challenge that represented the pinnacle of decades of research, engineering, and determination, fueled by the intense geopolitical rivalry of the Cold War. This mission symbolized the ultimate goal of the space race, a competition between the United States and the Soviet Union that had begun with the launch of Sputnik over a decade earlier. Apollo 11 was not just about beating another nation to the moon. It was about pushing the boundaries of human capability, science and technology to new heights. The journey to the moon was fraught with complexity and risk. After the powerful launch, the crew entered Earth orbit and performed critical system checks. The translunar injection, a carefully calculated rocket burn, propelled the spacecraft out of Earth orbit and toward the moon, beginning a 3-day voyage across approximately 240,000 miles of space. While Armstrong and Aldrin prepared for their descent in the lunar module, Michael Collins remained in the command module, Columbia, orbiting the moon alone. His role was essential, managing spacecraft systems and preparing for the rendezvous with the lunar module after the historic landing. Despite being isolated for hours in lunar orbit, Collins' calm expertise ensured the mission could continue smoothly. On July 20th, 1969, the lunar module, named Eagle, separated from the command module and began its descent toward the moon's surface. What followed was a tense and dramatic sequence that captivated millions around the world. Armstrong took manual control when the automated landing system guided the module toward a hazardous boulder-strewn area. With fuel running low and time running out, Armstrong skillfully piloted the Eagle to a safe landing in the Sea of Tranquility, a relatively flat and stable area chosen for its suitability. When Armstrong radioed back to Mission Control, "Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed," the world erupted in celebration. This simple message confirmed that humanity had achieved what was once thought impossible. Several hours later, Neil Armstrong descended the ladder of the lunar module and set foot on the moon. His words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," instantly became one of the most famous quotes in history. Buzz Aldrin soon joined him on the surface, describing the lunar landscape as magnificent desolation. Together they spent about 2.5 hours conducting scientific experiments, collecting 47.5 pounds of lunar rocks and soil, and capturing images that would inspire generations to come. Their activities provided critical data about the moon's composition and environment, laying the groundwork for future exploration. While Armstrong and Aldrin explored the lunar surface, Michael Collins orbited overhead, ensuring the command module was functioning perfectly and ready to rendezvous for the return journey. Though often overshadowed by the lunar landing itself, Collins's role was vital to the mission's success. Without his precise piloting and technical skill, the astronauts on the surface would have had no way home. The moon landing was broadcast live on television, with an estimated 600 million people worldwide tuning in to witness history. The event transcended national borders and political divides, uniting humanity in awe and wonder at the possibilities of exploration. It was a powerful symbol of human ingenuity and courage, demonstrating what could be accomplished with vision, teamwork, and perseverance. After completing their tasks on the moon, Armstrong and Aldrin returned to the Eagle, which launched from the lunar surface to dock with Collins in orbit. The three astronauts then began their journey back to Earth, splashing down safely in the Pacific Ocean on July 24, 1969. Their triumphant return was met with worldwide acclaim, and the crew was celebrated as heroes who had expanded the horizons of human achievement. Apollo 11 marked not only the peak of the space race, but also its symbolic end. The successful moon landing fulfilled the goals set by President John F. Kennedy and showcased the technological and organizational prowess of the United States. For the Soviet Union, it was a moment of reckoning, as the initial shock gave way to recognition of the United States' monumental accomplishment. Though space exploration would continue with new missions and international cooperation, Apollo 11 represented a defining moment where humanity took its first steps beyond Earth in a profoundly tangible way. The legacy of Apollo 11 continues to inspire scientists, engineers and dreamers around the world. It demonstrated that no challenge is too great when met with determination, creativity, and collaboration. It also changed our perspective of Earth, showing it as a fragile, beautiful oasis suspended in the vastness of space. This mission laid the foundation for future endeavors such as the development of space stations, robotic exploration of other planets, and the ongoing quest to send humans to Mars. Apollo 11 remains a testament to the extraordinary potential of human exploration, a beacon of hope and achievement that reminds us of our ability to transcend boundaries and explore the unknown. The journey of Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins is forever etched in history as the moment humanity reached for the stars and touched another world, proving that with courage and vision, we can accomplish the unimaginable. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father, Gaius Julius Caesar, served as a minor official, and his mother, Aurelia, was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Popule's cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched-earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum: Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te desti," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again, his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the Civil War took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, The man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from republic to empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "you, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in, stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. By declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position, Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure, and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. Before the Industrial Revolution, Europe was overwhelmingly an agrarian society, with most people living in rural areas surrounded by expansive farmland. Life was deeply tied to the land and the seasons, and most families lived in small villages or isolated farmsteads, where agriculture formed the bedrock of daily existence. Daily life revolved around the cultivation of crops and the raising of livestock. Families grew wheat, barley, oats, and rye using traditional methods that had changed little over the centuries. Livestock such as sheep, cows, pigs, and chickens were essential for food, clothing, and labor. Farming was laborious and exhausting, requiring the coordinated efforts of entire families, often including young children. Simple wooden plows drawn by oxen and hand tools like sickles, scythes, and hoes were the standard equipment. Without advanced machinery, every task from sowing seeds to harvesting crops had to be completed manually or with basic animal assistance. Technology was limited and innovation progressed slowly. The water wheel was one of the few mechanical devices in use, mainly to grind grain into flour. Other tasks such as spinning, weaving, and woodworking were done by hand in cottages as part of the so-called cottage industries, which supplemented agricultural incomes. These crafts were small-scale, labor-intensive, and largely seasonal activities, heavily dependent on local markets. Communities were isolated and insular. Travel was difficult, slow, and often dangerous due to poorly maintained dirt roads and a lack of infrastructure. Journeys that today would take hours required days or even weeks. Most people lived and died within a few miles of where they were born, and news from the outside world traveled slowly. Markets were small, and local trade was the primary form of economic interaction, with distant commerce being rare and reserved for luxury goods like spices or fine fabrics. By 1700, Britain was a society deeply rooted in a rigid social hierarchy. Wealthy landowners controlled vast estates and the political power that came with them. Below them were tenant farmers who rented land and worked tirelessly to meet their obligations, often living in precarious conditions. Agricultural laborers and servants formed the bottom of this hierarchy with little hope for social mobility. The system of primogeniture ensured that land and wealth remained concentrated in the hands of a few, perpetuating social divides. Living conditions were harsh and precarious. Life expectancy was low, with many children not surviving past infancy. Malnutrition was common, and outbreaks of diseases like smallpox, typhus, and tuberculosis could decimate entire villages. Medical knowledge was rudimentary, and healthcare was practically non-existent for the rural poor. Sanitation was minimal and clean. Drinking water was often difficult to obtain. Education was a privilege of the wealthy elite. For most rural inhabitants, literacy was a rare skill, and formal schooling was virtually unheard of. Knowledge and traditions were passed down orally, and daily existence was governed more by superstition and custom than by scientific understanding. The economy was largely subsistence-based. Families grew enough food to meet their needs with little surplus for trade. When possible, artisanship provided some additional income. Weaving cloth, cobbling shoes, and blacksmithing were among the common trades practiced within the home or in small workshops. Yet these enterprises remained small, limited by the slow pace of manual labor and the constraints of local demand. This world before the Industrial Revolution was defined by its slow rhythm and its deep connection to nature's cycles. It was a world where life was precarious, progress was glacial, and the concept of a radically different future seemed unimaginable to most. Stability and hardship went hand in hand as generations lived much as their ancestors had. However, beneath this surface of continuity, pressures were building. Population growth, improvements in agricultural techniques, and a slow trickle of new ideas were beginning to accumulate, setting the stage for an unprecedented transformation. The dawn before the storm was a fragile balance, a way of life that would soon be upended by the massive forces of industrialization. A transformation was on the horizon, one that would sweep across continents, reshape societies, and alter the course of human history forever. Before the machines roared to life and factories reshaped landscapes, a quieter but equally profound transformation laid the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution. This was the agricultural revolution of the 18th century, a period of remarkable innovation in farming that dramatically increased food production and freed up labor for the coming industrial age. One of the key developments was the system of crop rotation. Traditionally, farmers used the medieval method of leaving fields fallow every few years to restore soil fertility. However, agriculturalists like Charles Townsend popularized a more efficient system known as the four-field rotation. This method involved rotating different types of crops, such as wheat, barley, turnips, and clover, across 4 fields. Each crop played a role in maintaining the health of the soil, and none of the fields needed to lie fallow. This increased yields and kept the land productive year-round. Selective breeding was another critical innovation. Farmers began to intentionally breed animals for specific traits, such as size, strength, and wool quality. One notable figure in this movement was Robert Bakewell, who applied systematic breeding methods to sheep and cattle. His work led to larger, healthier animals that provided more meat, wool, and labor power. This scientific approach to agriculture ensured a more reliable food supply and supported a growing population. Technological inventions also played a transformative role. Perhaps the most famous agricultural invention of the period was the seed drill, created by Jethro Tull in the early 18th century. Before Tull's invention, seeds were typically scattered by hand, a method that wasted seed and resulted in uneven growth. The seed drill allowed seeds to be planted at the correct depth and spacing, significantly improving germination rates and crop yields. Tull's ideas about mechanization and scientific farming methods influenced generations of farmers and agriculturalists. The agricultural revolution did more than just feed more people. It changed the very fabric of rural life. Enclosure Acts passed by the British Parliament allowed landowners to consolidate small plots of land into larger, more efficient farms. While this increased agricultural productivity, it also displaced many small farmers, forcing them to seek work elsewhere. Many of these displaced rural workers would later become the labor force that powered the factories of the Industrial Revolution. The increase in food production led to population growth, which in turn created greater demand for goods and services. This demand helped stimulate economic activity and encouraged investment in new technologies and industries. Agricultural surplus also meant that not everyone needed to farm to survive, allowing a portion of the population to specialize in other trades and professions. The agricultural revolution was not a single event, but a series of interconnected changes that unfolded over decades. It involved scientific discovery, technological innovation, social upheaval, and economic transformation. Without these fundamental changes in how food was produced and distributed, the Industrial Revolution might never have taken root. The spark of change ignited by the agricultural revolution set humanity on a path toward unprecedented growth and complexity, forever altering the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world around them. In the 1760s, a Scottish engineer named James Watt initiated a transformation that would forever alter the trajectory of human history. At that time, steam engines already existed, primarily through the work of Thomas Newcomen, who had invented the Newcomen engine in 1712. While groundbreaking, the Newcomen engine was highly inefficient, consuming vast amounts of coal and delivering limited power output. Its main application was to pump water out of mines, and while it served that purpose, it was slow, costly, and restricted in scope. Watt recognized the limitations of this technology and saw an extraordinary opportunity to make substantial improvements. In 1765, while tasked with repairing a model of a Newcomen engine, Watt conceived the idea of adding a separate condenser. This seemingly simple innovation meant that the engine's cylinder could maintain its temperature while the steam condensed in an external chamber, drastically reducing energy loss and fuel consumption. The result was a steam engine that was far more efficient, powerful, and practical. Watt's journey did not end with invention. Realizing that funding and industrial support were essential, he partnered with the successful businessman Matthew Boulton. Together they founded Boulton and Watt in 1775, a partnership that proved instrumental in bringing the improved steam engine to a wide market. Watt's engine was a marvel of versatility. Unlike earlier models, it could drive machinery in addition to operating pumps. This development revolutionized production, making it possible to mechanize textile mills, iron foundries, and a variety of manufacturing industries. Factories no longer needed to be located near water sources for power, freeing them to cluster in urban centers where labor was abundant. This shift contributed heavily to the dramatic urbanization that characterized the Industrial Revolution. The transformative power of Watt's steam engine extended well beyond industry into the realm of transportation. Engineers like Richard Trevithick and George Stephenson, building on Watt's advancements, created the first steam-powered locomotives. In 1804, Trevithick constructed the first railway locomotive capable of hauling heavy loads on iron rails. By 1829, Stephenson's rocket, demonstrated that steam locomotives could provide fast, reliable transportation over long distances. The rapid spread of railways stitched entire nations together, shrinking travel times and opening new economic possibilities. Cities grew along railway lines, and markets expanded as goods could now be transported quickly and cheaply across great distances. Steam power also revolutionized maritime travel. Before steam, ships relied entirely on wind and current, making voyages unpredictable and time-consuming. The advent of steamships, such as Robert Fulton's Clermont in 1807, allowed vessels to travel upstream and maintain consistent schedules. Oceanic steamships soon followed, accelerating global trade and making international travel more accessible. The world became smaller, economies became more interconnected, and cultural exchanges increased dramatically. The ripple effects of Watt's improved steam engine were vast. Industries experienced explosive growth, with factories producing goods at unprecedented rates. Urban centers swelled with workers seeking new opportunities. Infrastructure projects like canals, bridges, and later railroads reshaped landscapes. Innovation thrived as the principles of steam power inspired further technological advancements, from steam hammers to mechanical looms. However, these advancements came with significant consequences. The reliance on coal to fuel steam engines led to widespread environmental degradation, with cities cloaked in soot and rivers polluted by industrial runoff. The working conditions in the new factories were often brutal, characterized by long hours, dangerous machinery, and minimal protections for workers. Despite these challenges, the momentum of industrial progress was unstoppable. James Watt's contribution was not merely technical, it was transformational. His improvements to the steam engine unlocked new dimensions of human potential and ushered in an era of rapid, relentless change. He demonstrated the power of applying scientific understanding to practical problems, inspiring countless others to innovate and push the boundaries of what was possible. The story of steam power is ultimately the story of human ambition and creativity. James Watt did not invent the steam engine, but through his vision, persistence, and engineering genius, he perfected it and turned it into the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution. His legacy endures in every train that crosses a continent, every factory that hums with machinery, and every technological leap that traces its roots back to the harnessing of steam. Watt's work laid the essential foundation for the modern world, where energy, technology, and human enterprise intersect to create an ever-changing future. Before the Industrial Revolution took full form, most goods were produced through cottage industries. Families worked from their homes, spinning thread, weaving cloth, and creating finished products by hand. This system, while intimate and skill-driven, was slow, inconsistent, and limited in scale. A series of groundbreaking inventions in the textile industry would soon change everything, pulling production out of homes and concentrating labor in large, centralized factories. One of the earliest and most significant innovations was the spinning jenny, invented by James Hargreaves in 1764. The spinning jenny allowed a single worker to spin multiple spools of thread simultaneously, dramatically increasing productivity. Where once a spinner could only work one thread at a time, now they could manage 8, 16, or even more. This machine greatly reduced the time and labor required to produce yarn, making cloth cheaper and more abundant. Shortly after the spinning jenny, another invention pushed textile production even further. In 1769, Richard Arkwright developed the water frame. Unlike the spinning jenny, which was operated by hand, the water frame used water power to drive the spinning process. The machine produced stronger, finer thread and worked much faster than manual methods. Because of its reliance on water power, Arkwright's invention led to the construction of large mills near rivers and streams, marking one of the first major shifts towards centralized factory production. In 1785, Edmund Cartwright introduced the power loom, an invention that mechanized the weaving process. Weaving, once an entirely manual and labor-intensive craft, could now be performed by machines at a much faster rate. The power loom synchronized the speed of weaving with the spinning innovations, allowing for continuous and large-scale textile production. Factories equipped with power looms grew rapidly, and the traditional hand weavers could not compete with the speed and efficiency of mechanized production. These technological breakthroughs fundamentally altered the nature of work. Cottage industries declined sharply as factories grew larger and more dominant. Workers who had once set their own hours and controlled their own pace found themselves laboring under strict schedules set by factory owners. The shift to factory work also introduced a new labor dynamic, with men, women, and even children working long hours under often grueling and dangerous conditions. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to towns and cities in search of factory jobs. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham expanded rapidly, becoming bustling centers of industry. While factory work offered steady wages, it also brought a loss of independence and subjected workers to harsh environments, with few regulations to protect their health and safety. Despite the challenges, the rise of factories fueled economic growth and innovation. Mass production made goods more affordable and accessible to a broader segment of the population. It also stimulated demand for raw materials, transportation infrastructure, and new technologies, setting off a chain reaction of industrial advancement. The transformation from cottage industries to mass production in factories was not merely a shift in where goods were made, it was a profound social and economic revolution. The inventions of the spinning jenny, water frame, and power loom redefined labor, reshaped communities, and laid the foundation for the modern industrial economy. This pivotal chapter in history demonstrated humanity's capacity to harness technology in pursuit of greater efficiency, forever changing how societies functioned and how people lived their daily lives. The rapid growth of industry during the Industrial Revolution was fueled by two critical resources, iron and coal. These materials formed the backbone of industrialization, providing the essential building blocks and energy needed to power new machines, build infrastructure, and support expanding cities and industries. Coal had long been used as a source of heat, but its role expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, which became widespread thanks to improvements by James Watt, required large amounts of coal to operate. The need for coal drove the expansion of mining operations, especially in Britain, where rich coal seams were plentiful. Coal-powered factories, heated homes, and fueled the engines of trains and ships, making it the dominant energy source of the era. Equally important was iron. Before the Industrial Revolution, iron production was limited and expensive, largely dependent on small-scale bloomeries that used charcoal as a fuel. This changed with innovations in smelting and refining processes. One of the most significant advancements came from Henry Cort, an English metallurgist, who developed the puddling process in the 1780s. The puddling process involved stirring molten iron in a furnace to remove impurities, producing a much higher quality of wrought iron that was stronger and more malleable. Cort also introduced rolling mills, which mechanically shaped iron into bars, sheets, and other useful forms. These innovations made iron more affordable and available in larger quantities, accelerating its use in construction, machinery, tools, and transportation. Iron became essential for building steam engines, railroad tracks, bridges, ships, and later, large-scale buildings and factories. The combination of abundant coal and improved iron production created a powerful feedback loop. Coal mining tools and transportation systems were made from iron, while coal provided the energy to extract and process more iron. Railroads, one of the most transformative developments of the period, relied heavily on both materials, iron rails and locomotives, powered by coal-fired steam engines, enabled faster, cheaper, and more reliable movement of goods and people. The demand for coal and iron also had profound social and economic effects. Mining towns grew rapidly as people sought employment in the expanding industries. However, working conditions in mines were extremely dangerous. Accidents, collapses, and respiratory illnesses from coal dust were common, and child labor was widespread. Despite these hardships, the promise of steady work drew many rural families into mining communities, fueling further urbanization. Iron and coal did not just power industry, they reshaped landscapes and lives. Rivers were redirected to service mills and factories, hills were hollowed out for mining, and cities were transformed by iron-framed buildings and expansive rail networks. The materials became symbols of industrial might and progress, celebrated in art, literature, and politics of the time. The availability and exploitation of iron and coal laid the foundations of the modern industrial economy. They enabled the mass production of goods, the expansion of trade networks, and the rise of new social classes, particularly the industrial working class and the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. Innovations like Henry Court's puddling process were crucial turning points, demonstrating how technological advances could unlock new levels of productivity and economic growth. Ultimately, the story of iron and coal during the Industrial Revolution is a story of human ingenuity meeting natural resources at a moment of profound change. Together they built the physical and economic infrastructure of a new world, setting the stage for the unprecedented advances and challenges that would follow. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, transportation underwent a series of dramatic transformations that reshaped economies, societies, and the very geography of nations. Before these changes, moving goods over land was slow, expensive, and limited to what could be carried by horse-drawn carts or small boats along natural rivers. The Industrial Revolution demanded faster, more efficient means of moving raw materials and finished products, and innovators rose to meet that challenge. One of the earliest transportation revolutions came with the construction of canals. Canals provided a controlled and reliable means of moving heavy goods across long distances. Britain led the way with the construction of the Bridgewater Canal in 1761, built by engineer James Brindley for the Duke of Bridgewater. Designed to transport coal from the Duke's mines to the industrial city of Manchester, the canal dramatically reduced the price of coal in the city and demonstrated the economic potential of canal transport. A flurry of canal building followed, creating a network that linked major industrial centers with ports and raw material sources. These artificial waterways allowed boats to carry far greater loads than could ever be moved over muddy and rutted roads, boosting trade and accelerating industrial growth. While canals revolutionized the transportation of goods over water, a new development on land would soon overshadow them. Railways, powered by steam locomotives, offered speed and flexibility that canals could not match. One of the pivotal figures in railway development was George Stephenson, an English engineer who designed one of the first successful steam locomotives. In 1829, Stephenson's locomotive, the Rocket, won the Rainhill Trials, a competition to determine the best engine for the new Liverpool and Manchester Railway. The Rocket reached speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, an astonishing feat at the time. Its success proved that railways could offer rapid, reliable, and large-scale transportation for both goods and passengers. Railroads quickly expanded across Britain and then throughout Europe and North America, shrinking travel times, lowering costs, and linking distant regions together. The railway network became the arteries of the industrial world, enabling industries to flourish far from rivers and ports. At the same time, steam power was transforming maritime transport. Robert Fulton, an American engineer and inventor, successfully demonstrated the potential of steamships with his vessel, the Clermont, in 1807. The Clermont traveled up the Hudson River from New York City to Albany in just 32 hours, proving that steam-powered ships could move against currents and winds with reliable schedules. Steamships soon came to dominate rivers, lakes, and coastal routes. Ocean-going steamships followed, gradually replacing traditional sailing vessels for long-distance trade. This revolution in maritime transport shrank the world dramatically, allowing goods, people, and information to move faster than ever before between continents. Global commerce expanded rapidly, with raw materials flowing from colonies to industrial centers and finished goods traveling in the opposite direction. The cumulative effect of these transportation innovations was profound. Costs of moving goods fell dramatically, making products more affordable and markets more accessible. Fresh food, manufactured goods, and raw materials could now travel far greater distances, supporting urbanization and the rise of national and international economies. Travel became more democratized as middle-class and even working-class people gained access to faster and more affordable transportation. The world grew smaller, interconnected by networks of rails, canals, and steamships. The transformation of transport during the Industrial Revolution was not just a story of technology, but of human ambition and vision. Entrepreneurs, engineers, and workers collaborated to overcome immense challenges, from rugged landscapes to technical limitations. Their efforts created systems of movement that underpinned the modern industrialized world and continue to influence how we live and work today. Transport innovations like canals, railways, and steamships not only moved goods and people, but also ideas and cultures. They sped up the pace of life, facilitated migration, and spread industrialization across the globe. These achievements demonstrated how technology could break down barriers of distance and geography, opening up new opportunities and challenges for humanity on a global scale. The Industrial Revolution triggered a massive and unprecedented shift in human settlement patterns. Before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas and worked in agriculture. However, the promise of factory jobs and better wages pulled millions into newly industrialized cities. This rapid urbanization transformed the landscape of nations, especially in Britain, where cities like Manchester and Birmingham exploded in size almost overnight. Manchester became the quintessential industrial city. Originally a modest market town, it expanded rapidly due to its booming textile industry. Cotton mills dominated the skyline, and the city became known as Cottonopolis. Similarly, Birmingham evolved from a small town into a major center for metalworking and manufacturing. Its skilled workforce and diverse industries earned it the nickname the workshop of the world. These cities grew chaotically, with little planning or regulation. Fields and farmlands gave way to crowded streets, lined with hastily constructed housing blocks to accommodate the influx of workers. Living conditions in these new industrial cities were often grim. Overcrowding was rampant. Entire families sometimes lived in single-room dwellings without proper ventilation or sanitation. Slums emerged quickly, characterized by poorly built homes, muddy streets, and open sewers. Diseases such as cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis spread rapidly in the cramped and unsanitary environments. Infant mortality rates were shockingly high, and average life expectancy in some industrial cities dropped dramatically compared to rural areas. Clean water was scarce, and waste disposal was primitive. In many neighborhoods, human and industrial waste was dumped into nearby rivers, contaminating drinking supplies. The lack of public health infrastructure meant that outbreaks of deadly diseases could decimate entire communities within weeks. Medical knowledge at the time was limited, and governments were slow to respond to the growing health crises. Despite these harsh realities, industrial cities also offered new opportunities. For many, the chance to earn regular wages, even in difficult conditions, represented a significant improvement over the uncertainties of rural agricultural life. Cities became centers of innovation, culture, and social mobility. New public institutions such as schools, libraries, and hospitals began to appear, though access was often limited at first to wealthier citizens. The challenges of urbanization eventually sparked reforms. Public health movements gained momentum in the mid-19th century, leading to initiatives like clean water supplies, sewage systems, and public parks to improve urban living conditions. Activists and reformers pushed for better housing, labor laws, and sanitation reforms, laying the groundwork for modern urban planning and public health policies. Urbanization during the Industrial Revolution was a double-edged sword. It drove economic growth, technological progress, and cultural dynamism, but it also brought intense human suffering and exposed the need for systemic change. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham stood as both symbols of industrial achievement and stark reminders of the costs of rapid, unregulated growth. The rise of industrial cities reshaped not only landscapes, but also social structures, economies, and ways of life. Urbanization became a defining feature of modern civilization, influencing patterns of living and working that continue to shape societies around the world today. The Industrial Revolution profoundly reshaped human society in ways never before seen in history. As industries expanded rapidly, so did the insatiable demand for labor. Men, women, and even children found themselves pulled from rural fields into urban factories, mines, and mills, where they endured long hours under brutal and often dangerous conditions. While the revolution propelled technological progress and economic expansion, it simultaneously exposed deep social inequalities, entrenched poverty, and human suffering, eventually igniting the early labor movements that would rise to challenge exploitation and fight for workers' rights. One of the most tragic and heartbreaking aspects of early industrialization was the widespread and accepted use of child labor. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed in factories, mines, and workshops. They worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, often in environments thick with dust, heat, and peril. In textile mills, children cleaned and operated heavy machinery, slipping between moving parts where adults could not fit, at great personal risk. In coal mines, children hauled heavy loads through narrow tunnels barely large enough for them to crawl through, constantly threatened by cave-ins and explosions. Paid only a fraction of adult wages, these young workers often suffered from stunted growth, chronic illnesses, and lifelong health problems caused by their exposure to harsh and hazardous conditions from an early age. Adult workers faced similar brutal realities. Factory owners imposed grueling work schedules with minimal breaks and no regard for physical or mental health. Wages were kept low to maximize profits, and safety measures were either rudimentary or entirely absent. Injuries from machinery were frequent, often resulting in permanent disabilities with no compensation. The rapid growth of industrial cities led to severe overcrowding, where entire families crammed into single-room tenements with poor ventilation, inadequate sanitation, and no clean water. Epidemics of cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis swept through working-class neighborhoods where healthcare was scarce and often unaffordable. However, as the injustices of the industrial system became more apparent and more intolerable, workers began to organize and push back. Labor movements emerged, seeking to address exploitation, demand dignity, and improve working conditions. Early forms of collective action included friendly societies, mutual aid organizations, where workers pooled small contributions to support members in times of illness, injury, or unemployment. These societies provided a foundation for more formal labor organizations that would become critical forces for change. Strikes became a crucial method for workers to assert their demands. One of the first major waves of strikes occurred in Britain in 1824, after Parliament repealed laws that had long prohibited trade unions. Workers from diverse industries laid down their tools, marching and organizing to push for better wages, shorter working hours, and safer workplaces. Although met with harsh crackdowns from employers and the government, these early strikes showed the power of collective action and inspired further organization across the workforce. Labor unions began to formalize in the mid-19th century. Organizations such as the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union in Britain aimed to unite workers across different sectors into a single powerful voice. Although early unions faced tremendous obstacles, including legal challenges, employer blacklisting, and police repression, they planted the seeds of lasting labor reforms that would bear fruit in the decades to come. Public awareness of industrial labor's horrors grew as journalists, reformers, and writers turned their attention to the plight of the working class. Writers like Charles Dickens captured the grim realities of factory life and urban poverty in novels such as Oliver Twist and Hard Times, stirring public sympathy and calls for change. Activists like Robert Owen and later social reformers pushed for educational opportunities for workers' children, better housing, and safer workplaces. Their efforts pressured governments to begin addressing industrial abuses. Gradually, governments responded with legislation. The Factory Acts in Britain, beginning in 1833, marked the first significant government interventions aimed at protecting workers. These laws limited the working hours of children, mandated some degree of education for young workers, and set the stage for future labor protections. Subsequent acts expanded regulations to improve safety standards, regulate working hours for adults, and establish basic rights for employees. The social impact of the Industrial Revolution was profoundly complex. While it lifted millions out of rural poverty and created new avenues for social mobility, it also condemned countless individuals to lives of relentless hardship and exploitation. Yet it was within this crucible of suffering that the modern labor movement was born. The struggle for fair wages, humane working conditions, and workers' rights became an enduring legacy of the Industrial Revolution. The story of labor during this transformative era is ultimately one of resilience, resistance, and hope. It shows how, even against overwhelming odds and powerful industrial interests, ordinary people could organize, demand justice, and enact meaningful social change. Their courage and perseverance laid the foundation for the labor protections, workplace safety standards, and human rights principles that are now cornerstones of modern societies around the world. Their fight remains a testament to the enduring human spirit and the unyielding quest for dignity and fairness in the face of adversity. The Industrial Revolution, while often associated with Britain, had far-reaching effects that influenced and transformed nations across the globe. As industrialization spread, key figures in countries like the United States, Germany, and Japan played pivotal roles in shaping the trajectory of global industry. The spread of technology, ideas, and labor practices made the Industrial Revolution a worldwide phenomenon that reshaped economies and societies from America to Asia. In the United States, Eli Whitney was a central figure in the industrialization process. Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 revolutionized the cotton industry, making cotton production more efficient and profitable. This invention, which could separate cotton fibers from seeds much faster than manual labor, helped the American South become a global leader in cotton production. It also had a profound impact on the economy, contributing to the rise of textile factories in the North, which fueled the nation's industrial growth. Whitney's other significant contribution was the development of interchangeable parts for firearms, a concept that revolutionized manufacturing by allowing for mass production and the assembly of products with standardized replaceable components. This concept spread beyond firearms, laying the groundwork for modern manufacturing processes that would be adopted by industries across the world. While Whitney was laying the foundations of industrialization in America, Europe was also undergoing a transformation. In Germany, the Krupp family became a symbol of industrial power and innovation. Founded in the 19th century, the Krupp company initially produced cast steel, but grew to dominate the production of weapons and other heavy machinery. The family's commitment to technological development and mass production techniques enabled them to become a leader in Europe's industrial landscape. The Krupp company was integral in supplying arms and equipment during the wars of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and their innovations in steel production helped propel Germany to the forefront of European industrialization. Germany's industrialization was also influenced by the policies of the state. The Prussian government played a central role in fostering industrial growth through infrastructure projects, like the construction of railways and the establishment of protectionist tariffs that shielded emerging industries from foreign competition. The government's focus on education and technical training created a highly skilled workforce, and by the late 19th century, Germany had become a leader in chemical, electrical and mechanical industries. The development of industries like the coal, steel and chemical sectors helped transform Germany into a leading economic power in Europe. On the other side of the world, Japan's Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century marked a decisive moment in the country's industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western industrial practices while maintaining its own unique cultural identity. The Meiji government prioritized the construction of infrastructure such as railways, telegraphs and modern ports, which were essential for industrial growth. They invited foreign experts to teach Japanese engineers and workers the latest industrial techniques and technologies. This openness to foreign knowledge, combined with a strong government commitment to industrial development, helped Japan become an industrial power in just a few decades. During this period, the Japanese government also focused on heavy industries, particularly textiles and shipbuilding, and later expanded into the production of steel and machinery. The development of the zaibatsu, large family-owned conglomerates, became a hallmark of Japan's industrial landscape. These powerful industrial groups played a central role in Japan's economic success, dominating sectors ranging from manufacturing to banking. By the early 20th century, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into an industrialized nation, competing with the Western powers on the global stage. The spread of industrialization beyond Britain was a complex process, influenced by the unique political, economic and social conditions of each country. In America, the availability of natural resources like coal, iron and cotton provided the foundation for industrial growth. In Germany, the combination of state support, technological innovation and a skilled workforce enabled the country to become an industrial powerhouse. Japan's rapid industrialization, driven by the Meiji government's determination and foreign expertise, set the stage for the nation to become a key player in global manufacturing. These figures and events represent just a few examples of how industrialization spread worldwide. Each country adapted industrialization to its own context, influencing the course of global history. While the British were the first to experience the Industrial Revolution, the innovations of figures like Eli Whitney, the Krupp family, and the Meiji reformers helped ensure that the impact of industrialization was felt far beyond the British Isles. By the early 20th century, industrialization had become a global phenomenon, shaping economies, societies, and geopolitics in profound and lasting ways. The Industrial Revolution was a seismic event in human history, and its impact continues to resonate throughout the modern world. While it began in Britain in the late 18th century, its effects quickly spread across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. By the time the Industrial Revolution came to an end, it had laid the groundwork for the world we live in today, ushering in an era of capitalism, technological innovation, and significant social change. One of the most significant legacies of the Industrial Revolution was the rise of capitalism as the dominant economic system. Before industrialization, economies were primarily agrarian and feudal, with much of the workforce engaged in farming or small-scale handicrafts. The advent of mechanized industry, however, allowed for mass production, which led to the concentration of capital and resources in the hands of industrialists and business owners. This shift gave rise to a new economic system that prioritized private ownership of the means of production, competition, and the pursuit of profit. The growth of factories, transportation networks, and global trade further fueled capitalism's rise, establishing a system where the market played a central role in determining the allocation of resources and wealth. The Industrial Revolution also brought about profound technological innovations that have shaped the modern world. The steam engine, the spinning jenny, and the power loom were just the beginning. These early inventions paved the way for even more groundbreaking discoveries in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the telephone, the electric light bulb, and the automobile. The Industrial Revolution sparked an ongoing cycle of technological innovation as new technologies created new industries, and those industries, in turn, led to further advancements. It also set the stage for the technological boom of the 20th century, where innovations like computers, the internet, and biotechnology would transform nearly every aspect of human life. Along with technological advances came the rise of modern economies. The Industrial Revolution shifted the center of economic activity from agriculture to industry, and from rural to urban areas. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Pittsburgh became bustling hubs of production and commerce. As industrialization spread, new economic centers emerged, and global trade networks expanded. Countries that had once been dependent on agriculture and handicrafts began to specialize in mass production, exporting goods to markets around the world. This transformation also led to the growth of a consumer economy, where goods that were once rare and expensive became more affordable and accessible to a larger portion of the population. The social changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution were equally profound. The rise of factories and mechanized labor drastically changed the nature of work. People moved from rural areas to urban centers in search of employment, often living in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. The working class grew, but so did the wealth gap, as factory owners and business magnates accumulated enormous fortunes, while workers earned meager wages. This disparity between the rich and poor led to significant social unrest and the eventual rise of labor movements, which advocated for better wages, working conditions, and rights for workers. These movements would eventually lead to key reforms, including child labor laws, workplace safety regulations, and the establishment of labor unions. At the same time, The Industrial Revolution played a central role in shaping the modern welfare state. As industrialized societies grew, governments began to take on a larger role in regulating the economy and addressing social problems. The rise of industrial capitalism, with its focus on competition and profit, created new challenges for workers, such as long hours, low wages, and unsafe working conditions. In response, governments began to introduce social welfare programs, including unemployment benefits, healthcare, and pensions. These early social programs laid the foundation for the welfare systems that we now take for granted in many developed countries. The Industrial Revolution also had a profound impact on global geopolitics. The wealth generated by industrialization fueled imperialism and colonization as European powers sought to expand their influence and secure access to raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods. This global competition for resources and markets would shape the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, leading to the rise of empires, the establishment of new trade routes, and the expansion of European influence across the globe. In conclusion, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution is vast and far-reaching. It transformed the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world. It gave rise to modern capitalism, technological innovation, and the growth of industrial economies, but it also brought about significant social challenges and inequalities that continue to shape our world today. The Industrial Revolution set the stage for the 20th century, paving the way for the rapid technological and economic changes that would define the modern era. Its impact can be seen in everything from the global economy to the way we live our daily lives, and its influence will continue to shape the future of human civilization for generations to come. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable, but Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy, but beyond the books and scrolls he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theatre surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself king of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed, and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children. But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror, he was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Amun at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief. He was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone. It was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor, stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen, thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route, through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander III. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, The Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant east, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange, that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the east, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning, and innovation. The Great Library and the Museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine, and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms, each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, Though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality. In the beginning of what we now call ancient Greece, the line between history and myth did not exist. The earliest Greeks understood their world through stories passed down over generations. These myths explained the origins of the universe, the birth of the gods, and the deeds of legendary heroes. At the center of it all was chaos, a primordial void from which all things emerged. From chaos came Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. Their union produced the Titans, powerful beings who ruled before the Olympian gods. Kronos, one of the Titans, overthrew Uranus and took control. Fearing the same fate from his own children, he swallowed each one as they were born. But his wife Rhea hid their youngest, Zeus, who grew up in secret. Zeus later forced Kronos to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades. Together they waged a 10-year war known as the Titanomachy. The Olympians emerged victorious, casting the Titans into Tartarus, a deep abyss. Zeus became king of the gods, ruling from Mount Olympus. The Olympians formed a divine family with complex relationships and distinct domains. Hera was Zeus's wife and goddess of marriage. Poseidon ruled the seas, Hades the underworld. Athena, born fully grown from Zeus's forehead, became the goddess of wisdom and war. Apollo was god of the sun and music, Artemis of the moon and the hunt. Ares embodied war, Aphrodite love, and Hephaestus fire and craftsmanship. These deities were not perfect. They displayed jealousy, wrath, lust, and pride. Yet they served as models and warnings to mortals, embodying human nature amplified. Myths of the gods were more than entertainment. They explained the seasons, natural disasters, and the origin of the cosmos. The myth of Persephone's abduction by Hades and her mother Demeter's grief explained the changing seasons. The tale of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to humanity, and was punished by eternal torment, illustrated the cost of defiance and the gift of knowledge. Rituals, temples, and festivals honored the gods. Oracles like the one at Delphi, allowed mortals to communicate with the divine. Greek myths also celebrated heroes, mortals of divine descent or extraordinary ability, who performed great deeds and faced terrible trials. Heracles, the strongest of them all, completed 12 labors to atone for past sins. He fought the Nemean lion, captured the Erymanthian boar, and descended into the underworld. Perseus beheaded Medusa with the help of gifts from the gods, and rescued Andromeda from a sea monster. Zeuxius defeated the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete, and united Attica under Athenian rule. These stories carried moral lessons. Heracles taught the value of perseverance and redemption. Perseus showed courage and humility. Zeuxius embodied intelligence and leadership. But hubris, excessive pride, was a constant warning in Greek mythology. Characters who defied the gods or overestimated themselves, like Arachne or Niobe, were punished severely. In early Greek society, myths were part of everyday life. They were told in homes, at festivals, in the theater, and in education. They helped define what it meant to be Greek, offering a shared cultural identity. Myths guided behavior, reinforced values, and inspired art and architecture. Temples were built to honor specific gods, statues depicted legendary events, and epic poetry preserved these stories for generations. The age of myths and legends formed the spiritual and cultural foundation of ancient Greece. Even as the Greeks moved toward rational thought and democracy, the influence of their mythology remained strong. It shaped how they saw the world, understood themselves, and passed on their values. In many ways, the gods and heroes never truly left. Their stories lived on, in marble, in verse, and in the imagination of a civilization that would shape the future of the Western world. Long before the rise of the classical Greek city-states, the Aegean world was shaped by two great Bronze Age civilizations, the Minoans on the island of Crete and the Mycenaeans on the Greek mainland. These cultures laid the groundwork for much of what would later define ancient Greece, from writing systems to myths, trade and palace societies. The Minoan civilization, centered on Crete, emerged around 3000 BCE and flourished until approximately 1450 BCE. It is considered the first advanced civilization in Europe. Named after the legendary King Minos, the Minoans built vast, complex palace structures, the most famous of which is the palace at Knossos. These palaces were not merely royal residences, but also administrative and religious centers. They featured advanced architecture, including multi-story buildings, sophisticated plumbing systems, and intricate frescoes that depicted scenes of nature, festivals, and rituals. Minoan society was heavily focused on trade. The Minoans established a vast maritime network, exchanging goods such as olive oil, wine, and pottery for copper, tin, and luxury items from Egypt, Anatolia, and the Levant. This trade network not only brought wealth, but also cultural exchange, evident in Minoan art and religious practices that show Egyptian and Near Eastern influences. The Minoans used a writing system known as Linear A, which remains undeciphered to this day. Their language and script were unique, and do not appear to be related to later Greek. Religion played a significant role in Minoan life, with a strong emphasis on goddess worship. Many scholars believe the Minoans had a matriarchal element in their religious structure, as female figures dominate their iconography. Bull imagery also featured prominently, symbolizing strength and fertility. The myth of the Minotaur and the labyrinth, later told by the Greeks, may have originated from Minoan bull-leaping rituals and the maze-like complexity of palace architecture. Around 1450 BCE, the Minoan civilization declined sharply. Evidence suggests that a massive volcanic eruption on the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, and subsequent tsunamis may have devastated the Minoan infrastructure and economy. This natural disaster, combined with possible invasions or internal conflicts, allowed the Mycenaeans from the mainland to rise in power and eventually dominate Crete. The Mycenaean civilization began around 1600 BCE and lasted until about 1100 BCE. It was centered in fortified palace cities like Messenia, Tiryns, and Pylos. Unlike the peaceful-seeming Minoans, the Mycenaeans were a more militaristic society. Their kings, known as wanaks, ruled from heavily fortified citadels. These palaces were economic and political hubs, where scribes recorded transactions and inventory using a script known as Linear B. This script, an early form of Greek, was deciphered in the 1950s and revealed insights into Mycenaean administration and daily life. The Mycenaeans were also seafarers and traders, maintaining networks that extended throughout the eastern Mediterranean. They adopted much from the Minoans, including art, architecture, and religious motifs, but gave them a more austere and martial character. Mycenaean tombs, particularly the beehive-shaped tholos tombs, and the wealth found within them, such as gold masks and ornate weapons, show a society that valued power and prestige. The legacy of the Mycenaeans lives on in Greek mythology. Many of the heroes and tales from Homer's epics, such as Agamemnon, Achilles, and Odysseus, are believed to be based on Mycenaean rulers and warriors. The story of the Trojan War, immortalized in the Iliad, may reflect a real conflict or a series of conflicts between Mycenaean Greeks and city-states in Anatolia, particularly Troy, which has been excavated in modern-day Turkey. While the historical accuracy of the war remains debated, archaeological evidence supports that Troy was a significant city and may have been attacked during the Late Bronze Age. By around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization collapsed. The reasons are still debated, but likely include a combination of internal strife, invasions by the so-called Sea Peoples, and natural disasters. Their fall marked the beginning of the Greek Dark Ages, a period of decline in population, trade, and literacy. However, the cultural memory of the Minoans and Mycenaeans endured. Their myths, architecture, and early writing systems formed a foundation that later Greek civilization would build upon, ensuring that their legacy would never be completely lost. Around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization, which had dominated mainland Greece for centuries, abruptly collapsed. The great palaces of Messenia, Pylos, and Tiryns were destroyed or abandoned. Trade routes fell silent. The carefully kept records in Linear B ceased to exist. This sudden and widespread decline marked the end of the Bronze Age in Greece and the beginning of a period historians now call the Greek Dark Ages. For roughly 4 centuries, from 1100 to 750 BCE, Greek society underwent profound change. It became smaller, poorer, and less connected to the wider world. The precise reasons behind the fall of the Mycenaeans remain uncertain. Scholars have proposed a combination of factors. Internal conflict may have weakened the palace-based system. Evidence of burned fortresses suggests waves of violent destruction, possibly by invading forces such as the mysterious Sea Peoples. These raiders also attacked other major civilizations of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt and the Hittites. Earthquakes, droughts, or widespread famine could have added to the instability, triggering societal collapse. The disappearance of long-distance trade and the breakdown of central administration caused local economies to shrink and become self-sufficient. Without the surplus provided by palace economies, communities reverted to a more primitive agrarian lifestyle. One of the most significant consequences of this collapse was the loss of writing. The Mycenaean script, Linear B, vanished with the fall of the palace centers. For centuries afterward, the Greeks had no written language. As a result, historical records from this period are almost non-existent. This is one of the key reasons why we refer to it as a dark age. Much of what we know about these centuries comes from archaeology rather than written sources. Excavations reveal that settlements became smaller and more scattered. Monumental architecture disappeared. Pottery became simpler, and graves contained fewer luxury goods, reflecting a drop in wealth and social complexity. Despite the widespread decline, Greek culture did not vanish, it adapted. Over time, small tribal communities began to emerge across the Greek mainland and islands. These were often led by local chieftains, and their power was based more on personal leadership and kinship than institutional authority. These tribal societies were the seeds of what would later become the Greek city-states, or polis. Many Greeks migrated during this time, spreading out into new areas, including the islands of the Aegean and the western coast of Asia Minor, in what is now Turkey. These migrations helped preserve Greek language and culture, and led to the establishment of new communities in places like Ionia, Aeolis, and Doria. Oral tradition became crucial in preserving history, religion, and identity. Without written records, stories were passed down through generations by word of mouth. Poets, or bards, played an important social role, reciting epic tales of gods and heroes. It is during this time that the legends of Achilles, Odysseus, and other figures of the Trojan War were kept alive through oral poetry. These stories, rich in myth and memory, would later be written down in the great epics of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, during the following archaic period. The Greek Dark Ages were not entirely stagnant. Though they began with widespread destruction and loss, the period also laid the groundwork for renewal. Iron tools and weapons began to replace bronze, giving rise to what is called the Iron Age. This technological shift allowed for better farming tools and stronger weapons, which slowly helped communities stabilize and grow. The simplicity of life in these centuries also contributed to a growing sense of local identity and self-reliance. By the end of the Dark Ages, new social and political structures were beginning to take shape. Communities became more organized, trade slowly revived, and contact with other cultures, such as the Phoenicians, reintroduced literacy through the adoption of the alphabet. The foundations were laid for the rebirth of Greek civilization in the Archaic period. Although the Greek Dark Ages were a time of hardship and uncertainty, they also represented a crucible of transformation. Out of the ashes of the Mycenaean collapse came the early formations of the classical Greek world. The myths, oral traditions, and tribal societies of this period formed the cultural bedrock of a civilization that would soon begin to flourish once again. After centuries of decline and isolation during the Greek Dark Ages, a powerful resurgence began to take shape around 800 BCE. This period, known as Archaic Greece, saw the gradual re-emergence of social, political, and cultural life across the Greek world. One of the most defining developments of this era was the rise of the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Bronze Age, the polis was a community of citizens with shared laws, customs, and religious practices, rooted in a common territory and identity. The polis was both a physical and conceptual entity. At its heart stood an urban center, often dominated by an acropolis, a fortified hilltop that held temples and public buildings. Below lay the agora, the central marketplace and gathering space for political, social, and commercial activity. Surrounding the city were fields and villages that provided food and resources. Each polis was politically independent, governed by its own citizens. Though they spoke the same language and worshipped the same gods, city-states like Athens, Sparta, Corinth and Thebes developed distinct institutions, values and ambitions. Athens, located in Attica, evolved into a hub of intellectual and artistic development. Early on it was ruled by aristocrats, but growing social unrest would eventually lead to reforms and the birth of democracy. Sparta, in contrast, developed a militarized society in the Peloponnesus, governed by a rigid code of discipline and ruled by a dual monarchy and a council of elders. Corinth became a wealthy trading center, strategically located on the narrow land bridge, connecting mainland Greece to the Peloponnesus. Thebes, powerful in central Greece, often played a rival role in the shifting alliances and wars among the polis. One of the major forces behind the rise of the city-states was the revival of trade and contact with the wider Mediterranean world. Around 800 BCE, the Greeks re-established connections with Egypt, the Near East, and the Western Mediterranean. These interactions brought new ideas, goods, and technologies. Most significantly, the Greeks adopted the Phoenician alphabet, which they adapted to create a true writing system. This new Greek script allowed for the recording of laws, treaties, poetry, and historical memory. It marked the end of the oral-only tradition of the Dark Ages. Colonization was another hallmark of the Archaic period. Between 750 and 550 BCE, Greek city-states founded hundreds of colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. This wave of expansion was driven by population growth, food shortages, political unrest, and the desire for trade. Colonies were often established as independent polis, but retained cultural and religious ties to their mother cities. Important colonies included Byzantium, later Constantinople, in the Bosporus, Syracuse and Tarentum in southern Italy, and Massalia, modern-day Marseille, in southern France. These new settlements helped spread Greek language, art, religion, and political ideas far beyond the Aegean. The rise of the polis was also accompanied by changes in warfare and social organization. The introduction of the hoplite phalanx, a tight formation of heavily armed infantrymen, reflected a shift towards citizen soldier armies. Military service became both a duty and a source of identity. This shift reinforced the idea of equality among citizens, at least in theory, and laid the foundation for more participatory forms of government. Though not all city-states were democratic, the concept of citizenship, where political power was linked to civic duty and participation, began to take root. Religion played a central role in unifying the polis. Each city-state had its own patron deity, with Athens honoring Athena and Sparta devoted to Artemis and Apollo. Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries, such as those at Delphi and Olympia, became sites of common worship and competition. The Olympic Games, first held in 776 BCE, provided a peaceful forum for athletic excellence and communal identity among the often fractious Greek cities. During the Archaic period, art, architecture, and literature flourished. Monumental sculpture and temple building became widespread, with styles influenced by Egyptian and Near Eastern models. The epic poetry of Homer, possibly written down in this era, became a cornerstone of Greek education and identity. The works of Hesiod offered insights into cosmology, agriculture, and justice. These texts provided moral frameworks and preserved collective memory in a rapidly changing society. By 600 BCE, the city-states of Greece had become the dominant political and cultural units of the region. Though each polis remained independent and often competed with others for power and influence, they shared a common Hellenic identity. They were bound by language, religion, and customs, yet fiercely proud of their autonomy. This dynamic tension between unity and independence defined Greek history for centuries to come. The rise of the polis in archaic Greece marked not just the end of the Dark Ages, but the beginning of a civilization that would shape the Western world in profound and lasting ways. Sparta, located in the region of Laconia in the southeastern Peloponnesus, developed one of the most distinctive societies in ancient Greece. While most Greek city-states valued trade, art, and political debate, Sparta chose a different path. It became a military state, structured entirely around discipline, obedience, and warfare. This transformation was not accidental, but the result of deliberate choices made by the Spartans in response to internal and external pressures. Spartan society was built on a rigid class system. At the top were the Spartiates, full citizens who had completed the rigorous state-sponsored education and military training system known as the agoge. Only Spartiates could vote, hold public office, and serve in the army as hoplites. Below them were the periakoi, or those who dwell around. These were free inhabitants of Spartan territory who managed trade and craft production, but had no political rights. At the bottom were the helots, an enslaved population primarily composed of conquered peoples from Messenia and other neighboring regions. The helots worked the land and provided food for the Spartan citizens. Their labor allowed the Spartiates to devote themselves entirely to military training and governance. To maintain control over this large and resentful helot population, Sparta became a society permanently on guard. Fear of helot uprisings shaped Spartan policy and culture. Every year the Spartan government declared ritual war on the helots, legally allowing any Spartiate to kill a helot without penalty. This brutal system was a cornerstone of Spartan dominance, but also a constant source of tension. The agoge was central to Spartan identity. Boys entered this state-run education system at the age of 7. They left their families and lived in communal barracks where they were taught discipline, endurance, loyalty, and martial skill. The agoge emphasized survival skills, physical toughness, and obedience to authority. Boys were subjected to harsh punishments, minimal clothing and food, and constant drills. At the age of 12, they began more intensive military training, and by 18 they were expected to participate in a form of secret police duty against the helots, known as the cryptia. Those who passed this phase joined the ranks of the full warriors. From age 20 to 60, a Spartan male served in the military. Even during peacetime, they lived in military mess halls with fellow soldiers and continued to train. Marriage was allowed, but men typically did not live with their wives until they retired from the army. Spartan women, by contrast, enjoyed a degree of freedom and respect rare in the ancient world. They were expected to maintain physical fitness, to bear strong children, and managed household estates while the men were away. They were educated, could own property, and participated in public life to a greater extent than women in other Greek city-states. Sparta's political system was also unique. It was a mixed constitution that combined monarchy, oligarchy, and limited democracy. At its head were 2 kings, drawn from 2 separate royal families, the Agiads and the Eurypontids. This dual kingship provided balance and allowed one king to lead in war, while the other remained in Sparta to govern. The king's power, however, was checked by the Gerousia, or Council of Elders, which included 28 men over the age of 60, plus the 2 kings. This council proposed laws and served as a high court. The Apella, an assembly of Spartan male citizens over the age of 30, had the right to vote on proposals from the Gerousia. Although the assembly had limited debate powers, it did play a role in major decisions such as declarations of war and treaty approvals. The Ephors, 5 annually elected officials, held significant executive power. They could supervise the kings, control education and public conduct, and even bring charges against the monarchy. This intricate system ensured that power was shared and that no single institution or individual could dominate Spartan life. Sparta's military prowess was legendary. The phalanx formation, composed of tightly packed hoplites with shields and spears, required immense discipline and coordination. Spartan warriors trained for years to perfect this tactic. Their society's devotion to martial excellence made their army one of the most feared in the Greek world. They fought few wars compared to other city-states, but were nearly unbeatable on the battlefield. The Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BCE, where 300 Spartans led by King Leonidas made a heroic last stand against the Persian army, became a symbol of courage and sacrifice. Despite its strengths, Sparta's rigid system had limitations. Its refusal to adapt and its reliance on a shrinking class of full citizens eventually weakened its power. As fewer men qualified for full citizenship due to economic hardship or failure to complete the agoge, the military manpower declined. Furthermore, its cultural isolationism limited innovation in art, philosophy and trade. While other Greek city-states flourished during the classical period, Sparta remained insular. Nevertheless, Sparta's legacy endured. Its values of duty, discipline, and sacrifice were admired even by its rivals. Greek and Roman writers often idealized Spartan society, and its military culture became a model for later generations. Sparta was not a typical polis, but its unique approach to governance, warfare and social structure played a crucial role in the broader story of ancient Greece. Athens, one of the most influential city-states in ancient Greece, experienced a dramatic political transformation over several centuries. From its early days under aristocratic rule to its pioneering experiment in democracy, Athens became a model for civic participation and political innovation. This journey was neither simple nor smooth. It was shaped by internal struggles, social pressures, visionary reforms, and the constant tension between the elite and the broader citizen body. In the earliest period of Athenian history, power was held by aristocratic families. These elites, known as the Eupatridae, controlled land, religious offices and the courts. Political decisions were made by the Areopagus, a council composed of former archons or magistrates. Ordinary citizens had little to no say in government. Tensions grew as economic inequality deepened. Many small farmers were pushed into debt slavery, and the city teetered on the brink of civil unrest. In response, Athens turned to a respected aristocrat named Solon around 594 BCE. Solon enacted sweeping reforms aimed at reducing inequality and laying the groundwork for civic participation. He cancelled existing debts, banned debt slavery, and divided citizens into 4 income-based classes. Political office became accessible based on wealth rather than birth, allowing richer non-aristocrats to participate in governance. Solon also created a council of 400 citizens to prepare legislation for the larger assembly. Although his reforms did not create full democracy, they marked a significant shift away from aristocratic dominance and toward broader political inclusion. Solon's changes, however, did not eliminate all conflict. Power struggles continued, and within a few decades, a popular aristocrat named Pisistratos seized control and established himself as a tyrant. Unlike modern connotations of tyranny, Pisistratos' rule was relatively benevolent. He maintained Solon's reforms, promoted public works, supported the arts, and redistributed land to the poor. His sons, Hippias and Hipparchus, continued his rule until Hippias became increasingly oppressive, following the assassination of Hipparchus. Eventually, Hippias was overthrown with the help of exiled aristocrats and the Spartans. The next major reformer was Cleisthenes, often called the father of Athenian democracy. Around 508 BCE, Cleisthenes reorganized the political structure of Athens to break the power of the aristocratic clans. He created 10 new tribes, based not on kinship but on geography, each composed of citizens from the city, the coast, and the inland regions. This diluted regional loyalties and promoted unity. He also established the Council of 500, with 50 members chosen by lot from each tribe, to oversee daily government operations and propose legislation. Most importantly, he expanded the role of the citizen assembly, or ecclesia, which could debate and vote on laws. Cleisthenes introduced ostracism, a practice that allowed citizens to vote once a year to exile any individual deemed a threat to the state. If a man received enough votes, he was exiled for 10 years but did not lose his property or rights. Ostracism was a safeguard against tyranny and political concentration, though it could be used for personal or factional rivalries. Democracy in Athens continued to evolve and reached its height under the leadership of Pericles in the mid-5th century BCE. Pericles expanded participation by introducing pay for public officials and jurors, allowing even the poorest citizens to serve in government. He reinforced the power of the ecclesia and supported cultural and architectural projects that turned Athens into a beacon of Greek civilization. Under Pericles, the Athenian democracy became more direct. All male citizens over the age of 18 could participate in the assembly, vote on laws, and serve on juries and councils chosen by lot. Athenian democracy was limited by modern standards. Only free male citizens could participate. Women, slaves, and resident foreigners, known as metics, were excluded from political life. Despite these limitations, the Athenian model introduced revolutionary ideas. It emphasized civic duty, accountability, and the belief that ordinary citizens could govern themselves. Citizens had the right and responsibility to participate in debates, propose laws, and vote on public matters. Courts were staffed by large juries of citizens selected by lot, and verdicts were final. This system minimized corruption and ensured broad participation in legal decisions. Athens' democratic system was not static. It faced challenges, including wars, economic crises, and political upheaval. Yet, even after periods of oligarchic rule and external pressure, the democratic institutions were often restored. The Athenian experiment profoundly influenced later thinkers, including Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, who debated its strengths and weaknesses. Athens' transformation from aristocracy and tyranny to democracy was a complex and gradual process. Each reformer built on the work of those before them, responding to the needs and tensions of their time. Through innovation, conflict, and civic engagement, Athens created a political system that, while imperfect, laid the foundational concepts of citizen governance. These principles would echo through history, inspiring future generations and helping to shape the democratic ideals that continue to influence the modern world. In the early 5th century BCE, the Greek world faced one of the greatest threats in its history. The vast Persian Empire, ruled by the mighty kings Darius and later Xerxes, sought to bring the independent city-states of Greece under its dominion. What followed was a series of extraordinary events that tested the resilience, courage, and unity of the Greeks. Despite their differences and rivalries, the city-states came together in a desperate struggle for freedom. The Persian Wars, fought between 490 and 479 BCE, became a defining moment in Greek history and a foundation of their collective identity. The origins of the conflict lay in the Ionian Revolt of 499 BCE. The Greek cities of Ionia, located on the coast of Asia Minor and under Persian control, rose up against their overlords with support from mainland Greece, including Athens and Eretria. Although the revolt was ultimately crushed, it provoked the wrath of King Darius I, who vowed to punish the cities that had aided the rebellion. His plan was not just retribution, but the expansion of Persian control westward into the heart of Greece. In 490 BCE, Darius launched a punitive expedition. The Persian fleet crossed the Aegean Sea and landed at the plain of Marathon, northeast of Athens. The Athenians, joined by a small force from Plataea, chose to confront the invaders rather than wait behind their city walls. Outnumbered and facing a far larger enemy, the Greeks employed bold tactics. Under the command of Miltiades, the Athenian hoplites charged the Persian lines in a surprise assault. Their tight phalanx formation and discipline overwhelmed the Persian forces. The Battle of Marathon was a stunning victory for the Greeks. It demonstrated that the Persians could be defeated and became a symbol of Hellenic courage and resolve. But the threat was far from over. A decade later, Darius's son, Xerxes VI, prepared a massive invasion to conquer all of Greece. In 480 BCE, he launched a campaign with an enormous army and navy. Ancient sources claimed he led hundreds of thousands of troops, though modern estimates are more conservative. Still, the scale of the Persian force dwarfed that of the fragmented Greek city-states. In response, a coalition of Greek cities formed under the leadership of Sparta and Athens. Despite centuries of rivalry, they agreed to set aside their differences for the survival of their civilization. The first major clash of Xerxes' invasion occurred at the narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae. There, a small Greek force led by King Leonidas of Sparta attempted to block the Persian advance. The pass's geography allowed the Greeks to hold off the much larger Persian army for several days. Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, along with a few thousand allied troops, fought with unmatched bravery. Ultimately, they were betrayed by a local who revealed a hidden path to the Persians. Surrounded and outnumbered, Leonidas and his men fought to the death. Though Thermopylae ended in defeat, it became a rallying cry for Greek unity and resistance. At the same time, the Greek fleet engaged the Persian navy at the Battle of Artemisium. The naval battles were indecisive, but they bought precious time. As the Persians marched south, they sacked Athens, which had been evacuated. The Greek fleet, under the strategic brilliance of Themistocles, regrouped in the Straits of Salamis. The Battle of Salamis was a turning point. Themistocles lured the Persian fleet into the narrow waters between the island of Salamis and the Athenian mainland. There, the larger and less maneuverable Persian ships were at a disadvantage. The Greek triremes, fast and agile, struck with precision. In a chaotic and brutal engagement, the Greeks dealt a crushing blow to the Persian navy. Xerxes, witnessing the disaster from his throne on shore, began to lose confidence. He soon retreated with the bulk of his forces, leaving a general named Mardonius to continue the campaign. In 479 BCE, the final battle of the war took place at Plataea. A combined Greek army led by the Spartans, Athenians, and other allies confronted the remaining Persian forces. After days of skirmishes and strategic maneuvering, the Greeks launched a decisive assault. The Persian army was routed, and Mardonius was killed. Around the same time, the Greek fleet achieved another victory at Mycale, on the coast of Asia Minor, destroying the remnants of the Persian navy and sparking new revolts among the Ionian cities. The Persian wars ended with a stunning Greek victory. A coalition of independent and often contentious city-states had defeated the largest empire the world had ever seen. The triumph was not just military but cultural. It affirmed the value of freedom, civic duty and unity. It demonstrated that courage, strategy and determination could overcome overwhelming odds. The wars also solidified a shared Greek identity. Though Athens, Sparta, and their allies would later fall back into rivalry and conflict, the memory of their joint resistance became a cornerstone of Greek pride and historical memory. In the aftermath, Athens rose to new heights. It rebuilt its city, strengthened its navy, and formed the Delian League, a defensive alliance against future Persian aggression. Sparta returned to its conservative ways, wary of Athenian ambition. But for a brief and shining moment, the Greek city-states had stood together, not as rivals but as defenders of a common civilization. The Persian Wars marked the birth of what we now call classical Greece, a period that would see the flourishing of philosophy, art and democracy, all nurtured by the hard-won freedom secured on the battlefields of Marathon, Thermopylae, Salamis and Plataea. Following the victory over the Persian Empire, Athens entered a remarkable period of cultural, political, and intellectual flourishing that historians call the Golden Age. Lasting roughly from 480 to 404 BCE, this era was defined by the leadership of Pericles, the strengthening of Athenian democracy, and an explosion of achievements in philosophy, drama, architecture and the arts. It was during this time that Athens became not only a powerful empire, but also the cultural and intellectual heart of the Greek world. Pericles, a charismatic and visionary statesman, emerged as the most influential leader of Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Under his guidance, Athens transformed from a leading city-state into an empire that exerted control over much of the Aegean Sea. Pericles expanded the Delian League, originally formed as a defensive alliance against Persia, into a mechanism for Athenian dominance. Member states were required to pay tribute, which was used to fund Athens' navy and ambitious building projects. While this increased Athenian power, it also sowed resentment among allies and would later contribute to conflict. Pericles also initiated a massive public works program that reshaped the city of Athens and symbolized its glory. The most iconic of these projects was the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to Athena, the city's patron goddess. Constructed on the Acropolis, the Parthenon showcased the heights of classical architecture. It was built entirely of marble and adorned with intricate sculptures that celebrated both mythological scenes and the greatness of Athens. The Parthenon stood as a testament to the values of balance, harmony, and civic pride. During the Golden Age, Athens became a center for drama and the performing arts. Theatrical festivals such as the Dionysia brought together citizens to watch tragedies and comedies performed in grand amphitheaters. Playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides crafted stories that examined human nature, morality, and the gods. Aeschylus introduced complex dialogue and dramatic structure. Sophocles refined character development and plot, while Euripides challenged traditional values and portrayed psychological depth. Comedy also flourished, especially in the works of Aristophanes, who used satire to critique Athenian politics and society. Philosophy in Athens also reached new heights. Thinkers began to question traditional explanations of the world and sought rational, ethical, and metaphysical insights. Among the most influential was Socrates. He did not leave behind written works, but profoundly impacted Greek thought through dialogue and debate. Socrates wandered the streets of Athens, engaging citizens in discussions about justice, virtue, and the good life. His method involved asking probing questions to stimulate critical thinking and expose contradictions. Though many respected his intellect, Others saw him as subversive. In 399 BCE, he was sentenced to death for allegedly corrupting the youth and impiety. His student Plato preserved his teachings, which would shape Western philosophy for centuries. In politics, Pericles strengthened democracy by introducing reforms that allowed greater citizen participation. Public officials and jurors were paid, enabling poorer citizens to take part in governance. The assembly, or ecclesia, met regularly to debate laws and make decisions. Council members were chosen by lot, reflecting the belief that any citizen could serve the state. This level of democratic engagement was unprecedented in the ancient world. However, it was limited to free male citizens. Women, slaves, and foreigners had no political rights. Education and literacy expanded as well. Citizens were expected to be informed and articulate, capable of participating in public discourse. This emphasis on rhetoric and reasoning gave rise to the sophists, professional teachers who taught skills in argumentation and persuasion. Though controversial, their influence reflected the dynamic intellectual climate of Athens. Visual art also advanced significantly. Sculptors like Phidias created lifelike statues that emphasized realism and idealized beauty. Vases and pottery depicted scenes of mythology, daily life, and athletic competition, reflecting the values and interests of Athenian society. These artistic expressions combined technical mastery with storytelling and philosophical reflection. Science and history developed as intellectual pursuits. Historians like Herodotus and Thucydides pioneered methods of recording and analyzing past events. Herodotus wrote about the Persian Wars with a blend of inquiry and storytelling, while Thucydides took a more rigorous, evidence-based approach in his account of the Peloponnesian War. Despite its achievements, the Golden Age of Athens was not without flaws. Its empire was built on coercion, and its democracy excluded large portions of the population. Internal tensions, political rivalries, and growing resentment from other Greek city-states set the stage for future conflict. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Golden Age is enduring. It was a time when human potential was celebrated, when art and reason were elevated, and when the foundations of Western thought were laid. Athens during this period became a beacon of intellectual and artistic excellence. Its contributions in philosophy, drama, politics, and architecture continue to influence and inspire. The Golden Age of Athens represents one of the highest expressions of civilization in the ancient world, a moment when a city dared to imagine what humanity could achieve. In 431 BCE, the Greek world was plunged into a brutal and prolonged conflict that would leave it fractured and weakened. The Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and its allies, and the Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta, lasted for nearly 3 decades and marked the end of the classical Greek Golden Age. It was a war not of foreign conquest, but of Greek against Greek, brother against brother. The struggle arose from deep-seated tensions over power, influence, and ideology, and it would have far-reaching consequences for the entire Greek world. The roots of the war can be traced to the aftermath of the Persian Wars. While the threat from Persia had unified the Greek city-states temporarily, peace did not last. Athens emerged from the conflict immensely powerful, having built a vast maritime empire through the Delian League. This alliance, originally a mutual defense pact against Persia, gradually became an Athenian tool of dominance. Athens used tribute from allied cities to fund its military and cultural projects, enforcing its will through naval strength. Sparta, a land-based military power with a rigid oligarchic society, viewed Athens' growing influence with alarm. The two city-states represented opposing systems, democratic Athens versus conservative, militaristic Sparta. Tensions escalated through a series of disputes involving their allies. When Corinth and Corcyra, Two members of opposing alliances clashed and Athens intervened. Sparta and its allies felt provoked. In 431 BCE, war formally broke out. The Peloponnesian War unfolded in three major phases. The first, known as the Archidanian War, lasted from 431 to 421 BCE. Named after the Spartan king Archidamus II, this period saw Sparta invade the Athenian countryside almost annually, devastating farms and attempting to provoke a land battle. Athens under Pericles avoided direct confrontation on land and relied on its powerful navy to conduct raids along the Peloponnesian coast and maintain its empire. During one of Sparta's early invasions, Athens was struck by a devastating plague in 430 BCE. The disease, likely typhus or typhoid fever, spread rapidly through the overcrowded city. It killed tens of thousands, including Pericles himself. The loss of leadership and morale shook Athens to its core. Despite the plague, the war dragged on with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. In 421 BCE, a temporary truce was signed, the Peace of Nicias. Named after the Athenian general who negotiated it, the peace was intended to last 50 years but quickly unraveled. Hostilities resumed, and the conflict entered a new and disastrous phase. In 415 BCE, Athens launched the Sicilian expedition, one of the most ambitious and ill-fated military campaigns in its history. Encouraged by the charismatic Alcibiades, a controversial and ambitious Athenian leader, Athens set out to conquer Syracuse, a powerful city-state in Sicily allied with Sparta. The campaign began with great hopes, but soon descended into catastrophe. Alcibiades was recalled to Athens to face charges of impiety, but he defected to Sparta instead. Meanwhile, the Athenian forces, poorly led and lacking local support, were crushed. In 413 BCE, the entire Athenian fleet was destroyed, and thousands of soldiers were killed or captured. The Sicilian expedition marked a turning point in the war. Following the disaster, Athens struggled to maintain its empire. Its finances were depleted, and many of its allies revolted. Sparta, now aided by Persian funding and advised by Alcibiades, built a fleet to challenge Athens at sea. The final phase of the war, from 413 to 404 BCE, saw intense naval battles, shifting alliances, and mounting desperation. Athens experienced a brief internal coup in 411 BCE, when a group of oligarchs seized power. However, democratic forces quickly restored the old system. Despite this turmoil, Athens managed to win several naval victories and held out longer than many expected. Yet the pressure was relentless. In 405 BCE, the Spartan general Lysander secured a decisive victory at the Battle of Aegospotami. The Athenian fleet was surprised and annihilated. With no navy to protect it and its food supply cut off, Athens was besieged. In 404 BCE, the city surrendered. Sparta imposed harsh terms. Athens had to dismantle its walls, surrender its remaining ships, and accept a Spartan-aligned oligarchy known as the 30 Tyrants. The Peloponnesian War left Greece in ruins. Thousands were dead, cities were weakened, and trust among the Greek states was shattered. Athens, once the beacon of democracy and culture, was humbled and impoverished. Sparta emerged victorious but not unscathed. Its own rigid system would soon face challenges, and its hegemony was short-lived. The war also had profound cultural and philosophical impacts. It prompted deep reflection on human nature, politics, and the cost of power. Thucydides, an Athenian general and historian, chronicled the war with a level of detail and analysis that laid the groundwork for modern historiography. His account was not just a military history, but a study of ambition, fear, and the fragility of civilization. The Peloponnesian War was a tragedy in every sense. It showcased the dangers of internal division, the destructive nature of power struggles, and the vulnerability of even the greatest societies. In choosing war over diplomacy, the Greek city-states exhausted their strength and paved the way for future conquests by Macedon and later Rome. What was lost in the war was not just political power, but the unity and spirit that had once allowed Greece to repel the mightiest empire on earth. As the classical Greek city-states lay weakened and divided in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, a new power was quietly rising to dominate the region. The Kingdom of Macedon, located to the north of the Greek heartland, was once considered a backwater by the sophisticated city-states of Athens, Sparta, and Thebes. However, under the visionary leadership of King Philip II, Macedon transformed into a formidable military and political force. Philip's rise marked the end of the classical age of independent Greek city-states and set the stage for a new era of Greek influence across the known world. Philip II ascended to the Macedonian throne in 359 BCE during a time of crisis. His kingdom was threatened by hostile neighbors, internal instability, and disorganized armies. Philip immediately set about reforming Macedon. He reorganized the army, introducing the sarissa, a long spear that gave his infantry a deadly advantage. He trained his troops with rigorous discipline and developed new tactics that combined infantry, cavalry, and siege warfare. Philip's military innovations transformed Macedon into the most powerful force in the region. Beyond military might, Philip was a shrewd diplomat and strategist. He skillfully manipulated alliances and rivalries among the fractious Greek city-states. His goal was not simply conquest, but the unification of Greece under Macedonian leadership. Through marriage alliances, bribery, and calculated warfare, he steadily expanded his influence southward. The Greek city-states, exhausted by decades of conflict, were unable to mount a united resistance. Athens was still recovering from the Peloponnesian War and internal strife. Sparta remained a shadow of its former self. Thebes, once powerful, had been weakened by civil conflict. In 338 BCE, Philip decisively defeated a coalition of Greek city-states at the Battle of Chaeronea. This victory effectively ended Greek independence. Philip established the Corinthian League, a federation of Greek states under his hegemony, ostensibly to defend Greece against Persia. Philip's vision extended beyond Greece. He planned to lead a grand campaign against the Persian Empire, the common enemy of all Greeks. However, his assassination in 336 BCE abruptly ended his reign. His son Alexander inherited the throne and the vast Macedonian army. Alexander the Great would carry Philip's ambitions to unprecedented heights, conquering the Persian Empire and spreading Greek culture across Asia and Egypt. This era, known as the Hellenistic Age, saw the blending of Greek and Eastern civilizations, expanding the legacy of classical Greece far beyond its traditional borders. Although the age of independent city-states was over, the ideals of classical Greece, democracy, philosophy, art, and science continued to influence the world. The achievements of Athens and Sparta, the tragedies and triumphs of their people, and the intellectual foundations laid during the classical period echoed through history. The political fragmentation that had plagued Greece also paved the way for new ideas about governance and empire. The rise of Macedon marked both an end and a beginning. It ended the era of city-state rivalry and ushered in a new chapter of Greek history, where Greek culture would spread across continents, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. The classical age, with its triumphs and tragedies, remained a powerful symbol of human potential and the enduring quest for knowledge, freedom and unity.